Let me see. Alright. I think I can see this now. Alright. Need to get another thing to hold this phone. See better. I hate hearing myself talk. Trying to get the audio right now. Trying to get the audio right. Trying to eliminate any background noise. Yeah, I think that's the game making that sound. Yeah. If you can hear me, can you hear me? Hello, hello. Maybe I'm talking to myself. It wouldn't be the first time. We turn this air conditioner off. Try to eliminate this noise. Get situated. Alright, I think I am ready to, one last thing, I gotta hook the controller up. It died on me. Look at the wire. You get more motion with the controller than you do the keys. You get better. Regulate the input better. Whereas keys is like all or nothing. Controller, you got this is analog stick. I guess the mouse would do the same thing. I don't know. I don't play games with mouses anymore, unless it's a point and click RTS or something. All right, I think I am. Let's make sure everything's set. All right, let's see. So yeah, basically, this thing here is gonna fly. He started off just with sleds, but I'm gonna actually remove those sleds and put like bird feet. I'm gonna also work on getting it to fly, which in its current form, put it in slow motion so we can do a little more accuracy. It might be too slow. So the wings can initially lift it up by pushing off on the ground. Alright, cool, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I've talked to myself for hours, only in before. 3 hours one time talking to myself. Realized the audio was turned all the way down, the mic. So all this you see, this blowing, is not any thrusters like one might think. Like a thruster is like where you hit T and, you know, basically you can make something move with a thruster, kind of like a rocket engine. That's not what that is. This is simply the air. I'll show you what this is so y'all will know what affects this in the J-beam. I also started working out of the vehicles folder. I used to work in the mods unpack folder, but I found that anytime you did any texture changes inside the game's material editor, it ended up putting a folder in vehicles of the same thing that's in the unpack folder, except it would save all the changes to the materials in that materials file and not the game. So you share the thing with somebody and they got the wrong materials. And then sometimes every now and then in the temp folder, in the vehicles folder, the cached version of the mesh will be in conflict with whatever you did to it. I like see this happening when the game is running and you're doing like real-time updating on things. It's can be like that. So this was kind of complex. This actually has 2 J-beams, and I used a slot system to do the wings. So the wings are here. So you see slot type wings, and the name of the mod is wings, and in the main J-beam for Steve, you see that it is Steve is the name of the mod, and the slot type is main. So this is the main slot. If there's going to be any more slots, they cannot be called main. It will cause a, as a developer put it, a rip in the space-time continuum. It'll act very crazy with unpredictable results. So basically, so to make another item like a slot, you have to put a slot type. I just put wings, wings, wings. I still haven't really exactly figured out what the description, where that's located, and whatnot. But basically, this will be a second J-beam that's loaded with the J-beam. Keep in mind, like any J-beams you got in your directory, they all load. All of them will load. If you got more than one, they'll all load. And basically how they get their meshes is basically, see, there's just 2 in here, J-beam, J-beam. But like if you look at one of the developer vehicles, you know, you'll have several. You know, you'll have one for the engine, one for the transmission, maybe the transmission and engine are together. You'll have one for the wheels for the springs, the brakes. I mean, you can combine some together, but a lot of them, they're like a branching hierarchy tree, kind of like a family tree. How like all the roots just keep branching, going to you know what I'm talking about. So anyway, so that's how I got the wings, and basically they're joined to the body and whatnot. But in the wing section, since the wings are what's lifting, if you go down to the bottom, you'll see drag coefficiency. If I increase this to say 100, and I save it, I go back to the game, I hit Control R to reload mesh basically with the new updated stuff, you'll see that it's got quite, oh, it's still in slow motion, no wonder. Like, damn, that's kind of slow. It's got more lift, but it's too much. It's too much air lift. It's like it's too much pressure on the wings. Like if an airplane is going too fast and it Vmaxes or whatever you call it, and the wings break off. Structural instability. So that's way too high. But if you were to put like say 1, which is almost no drag, and go back, it should affect it greatly as far as well, this controller keep going off for it. See, it's basically flapping in place because there's no drag. Now if you want to increase how fast it flaps, you're like, well, I'd just rather it be like a real bird flapping so fast it just raises it up. Well, if you're going to do that, the bird needs to be very light because birds' bones are hollow. But I think I got this pretty light as I can get it. If we look at the node weights here, past it. Damn it, passed it again. So you see the body is 4 kilograms, the sled's 4 kilograms. I did try to make the front of the sled, like these 2 points up here, these nodes here, like this one and this one. I tried to make them 28 kilograms so that it would have more pull in the front, kind of offset the weight so it wouldn't want to do a backflip when you fly. Let's see. The wings are how many? The wings are 1 kilogram. And the little stabilizer nodes up here are 4. Like we can look at the beam structure. You can see how the beams are connected to it. We can turn on the beam stresses that show stress when under stress, and you can see how they basically. How did I get over there? My camera flew over here somehow. I'll put it in super slow motion. Like really, really, really slow. Even slower than that. So I'm pushing the controller to the left right now. You can see where the tension is, the stress is. There's more being pulled on the back wing of the wing than there is on the front of the wing. So I can scroll over here, you can see what I mean. You see where the most, if it's red, that's where it's like, think of a rubber band, or think of a guitar string being tightened. It's really tight and it's about to pop. That's red. Blue is like normal. And so how bright the red is, or if you even can see the red at all, there's some stress going on. If you don't see anything and it's relatively clear, then there's like no oscillation going on. It's really sturdy. Now if you look at this car in the middle, that's some serious oscillation, but I think that's being generated by this, or I thought it was, but actually what this may be is it may just be I got the damn weight and the beam spring so damn bad that, like, the more I think about it, because the wings, Let's see if we can turn the wings off. So we just got the sled. So that's what the slot system does. It puts it where you can turn things off based on what they are. So without the wings, we still have a lot of, yeah, that I thought I thought that was from the damn wind of the damn feathers. That'd been cool if it was, but now that sound was the wind making that noise as far as the wind, but this oscillation, this is something entirely different. This is the beam spring for the actual body. If we go down to the nodes for that, we'll see 5 million. Damping, I could probably lower the damping. Oh, it's also got pre-compression. I forgot about that. Pre-compression is, think of a rubber band, you're holding a rubber band. One on each finger. What's up, man? I see you there. Think if you're holding a rubber band on each finger. And if I got this right, the less number, like 0.01, or let's say 0.99 would be if that rubber band is being constricted, compressed, instead of being stretched out. No, wait a minute, that's backwards. You gotta think of like a reverse scale, where the more the number, okay, if the number is 1.0 or more, the more past 1.0 is relaxed. The less past 1.0, starting with 0.99 and working back, is the more, what do you call it, where shit pulls together? So you take slack out of a line. That's what I'm trying to think. Like if you had a loose rope, less than one would start to get rid of the slack, whereas more than one would give it more slack. Does that make sense? Yeah, more than one, you're giving it more rope to make slack, like making a jump rope, for example. And then less than one will start to tighten it out to a point that it's like just a rope going across horizontally. But yeah, that's some damn oscillation there. I'm gonna try to see. I made it. See, Control R. That's better. It's not deforming. Probably with no with no pre-compression, probably be fine. I don't even know why. I think I accidentally changed this. I don't even think I meant to put that. Yeah, see, that's more normal. Now if we put the wings back on it, well, actually, the sled was put on it just so that it, you know, to do like a ski jump. And I did remember to curve the things so that they are they won't get jabbed into the ground. But if we go to the vehicle config and we turn the wings on, which I don't know why that don't show up. See how this all works together. So I think that's pretty good. I just think that pre-compression screwed that up. What's going on with the? So like right now, there's like no wind resistance. So it's like a real bird flapping his wings. Now what I found is in the J-beam for like where the, see up here at the top, I have where the hydros are. So these body wing up here, each point, instead of having like this one, let me get my camera right. Instead of having this, well, you can see them. Actually, I ain't got to explain it. So that hydro goes to that point. That hydro goes to that point, and the same with the front. They're crisscrossed like a scissor. I'll show you the stresses so you can see how they basically. I figured that would offset it from, like, if you just had it, I don't know, maybe it would be better without it crisscrossed, but I thought for stability it would be better. But this is where another thing comes in, where you see that, like, I wasn't meticulous enough with constructing everything. Or actually, now I see that is connected to the wrong thing. I wanted it all to be very symmetrical, and I got a few of these off. A few of these are connected. These are like just the extra supports that just hold these up mostly, because they got to be something up there. They have to be, and they can't just be free balling. They got to be connected to something. So you basically make a little damn it. Turn these off. Now, and to speed up the wings in the, like where I was pointing out those hydros, I was going to point out the I was pointing them out to show you, like, that's part of the hydro, and that's the wing where they're connected to. The factor is the overall amount. Like, you can turn that shit up to 10 and it's gonna pretty much break the wings. It's like overkill. Way too much. Like, I can show you, I can put this, turn these up, save it, and Control R, home, and you should see a hell of a lot worse. See what I mean? It's way too much. I mean, it's great if you want to do a backflip, but it's causing other problems. So that's that. I think I had these, Control Z, I forgot what I had them set to. Now the steering wheel lock, like a steering wheel, you know, it's, yeah, thanks, man. It's a crazy idea. I had the crazy idea, well, Havoc NG was making he made a couple snow ski jump thing, videos, and I thought, man, it'd be kind of cool if he actually had some damn skis on these cars. I said, it couldn't be too damn hard to put the skis on it. Just remove the wheels. And so I just made them like in Blender, just some skis, and I turned the friction coefficient all the way to like 0.01 on the skis, and I tested it on my track with that has like a custom ground model for like the snow, so it's not like a hard asphalt, you know, it's kind of like a softer surface with like a strike back velocity, that I guess that's what it's called, where the more you push into something, the more it pushes you out. That's basically how I had the snow, and they worked pretty good on that. So I thought, well, shit, I can just, you know. So I made the skis, and then I wasn't happy. I was like, nah, I want to do more. If you're gonna have a ski jump, you need to have some wings so you can go really far. And I was gonna just make like little plain wings, and decided, no, I'll just make them like bird wings. I just wasn't sure if it was gonna work. So the in rate, the out rate is how fast the I get confused which one is, like, if you push to the right with the right stick and then let go, the letting go basically, all right, illustrate this. Let me reset it. So, did I not save? No. Like, no. We turn that down. So what was I saying? Oh, the in rate and out rate. So if I push all the way this way and then let go, that's not a good example. all the way this way, that would be like the in rate, and if I let go of the controller, that's the out rate, I believe, unless I got that backwards. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'm moving the stick left and right on my controller. Like, this is the arrow left, right on the keyboard. That's basically what flaps the wings. So yeah, it's you're manually flapping with your thumb. No, you don't hold down any button to flap. If you hold down left stick all the way to the left, that's what you get. And then slowly moving the stick all the way to the right, you get to the reset position, and then pushing all the way from the... Let me start over. I got my left stick on my controller all the way 100% to the left, and now I'm slowly releasing it back to the center of the stick. Alright. Now I'm going to push the stick from the center all the way to the right with, you know, the left thumbstick. So the more you press, the more it pushes. So you get a kind of like a butterfly wing. But that can happen, and that is related to my shitty construction. Let's zoom into this thing. You see my beams. That's some shitty construction is what that is. You don't want to fly any jet I ever build, that's for sure. The wings will fall off. I'm not sure why my controller keeps turning on and off. I guess I'm going to have to hook that damn Xbox controller in. I think this cable, I might have rolled over it with the wheel, my seat. Alright, where's... This controller isn't even working. I never had a problem with this controller until I made this video. That's how it goes. So like, we'll get over here to this construction. You'll see that my construction is lacking in beam support. I might have even forgotten a few beams, but alright, this is starting to get on my damn nerves with this cord. So I'll make it purposely mess up, and you'll see kind of, I'm doing slow motion. You can't really see anything when things are going too quickly. That's too damn slow. So you can kind of see what gives, what don't hold, what does hold, what needs to be more stable. It seems like the right above the mouth where the things, see that wobbling to the left and to the yeah, that's not very stable. It's kind of, and then once they get that far down, I mean, they're not going to correct themselves. It's like done got to the point that it's all screwed up. So I think just it definitely needs more stability. Well, I mean, I knew it needed more stability. I just wasn't sure exactly what was. I spent so much time on this thing last night that I was like, man, I'm still tired. So the in rate, the out rate, that's what I was saying. That's the flaps. That's how fast I believe when you let go, or when you let go, the rings return back to their spot. So that's in here in the in rate, out rate. If I put this to like 110, 100, I'll just put a number 1 in front of all these. Already, let's see. Damn it. I got myself confused. Let's put 100 for the in rate. Let's see. Now it's only gonna, you can only, no matter what the end rate is, you're only gonna get a certain amount of speed because of um, friction coefficient, which is you declare here, which I got that pretty low, so it's not really, that's not really causing much of a thing. Oh, and the next thing is the lock angle, like a steering wheel, the turn and lock thing here. If I increase this, say, to 1210, and I save it and reload it, it'll limit me a lot. How basically it's like putting it in the damn steering wheel in slow motion is what it feels like. I'm not exactly sure what it's doing on a technical level, but see, it's limiting how much it, not so much limiting the total length, but the speed that it's getting to there. Like, it looks like slow motion, but it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. And if you wanted that to really haul ass, then you could make this like just one and one, all ones, and you'll get the full benefit of your in rate out rate, I believe. And then you of course take into consideration the wind resistance, where I showed you a second ago, and of course this is the overall factor, which I could lower these factors and they would not crisscross as badly, but I figured, well, I'd rather have it where you can have the wings go to limit to the hydro beams. Yeah, I messed with the hydro beam some too. The beam spring for the hydros. I tried high numbers, low numbers. I've tried different compressions. I'm not really that knowledgeable on long bound, short bound, like how that affects, how that would affect. I know it has something to do with like shit can, like maybe one it can go 100% of its spawn length before it gets into the limits, but then it's like, what are the limits? If that's the case, I'm not sure. Was that limit to deforming or limit to breaking? Or, I don't know. Shit, there's a lot of shit, that's for sure. Oh, I gotta save. Yeah, I gotta save. I want that too. Wait a minute. I did save it. I didn't hit oh no, it looks the same to me. I'm just gonna put all these up. So I'm not sure. Maybe there's a cutoff point and I'm well beyond it. I don't know. Some things have cutoff points, like some of the ground models have cutoffs, like for certain things. Like maybe 1.0 is the max in some cases, or 4 for whatever it is. Maybe this is like that. I don't know the max. Oh yeah, so then if this is like a multiplier. In addition to whatever is going on, that's like a multiplier. I tell you, it may not fly with that setting, but it'll definitely win the award for the highest vertical jump. Yeah, see, that's like a multiplier that I think I had everything pretty good as far as all that. I just need to work on the stability. I think that'd be the best thing. In limit, in limit for the hydros. 0.000. Oh, okay. That sounds like that's a winner there. 0.0002 out. Oh, for the steering. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, inlet 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2. Yeah. Yeah, I also thought about making a tail for the back of the plane so that when the wings are flapping downward, the tail is pushing upwards to counter the it wanting to do a backflip. The tail would flap down and it would, I thought that would work too. That's what I was going to try to do in Blender, make a tail and connect it the same way. But there's no point in really doing that till I get it more stable. And add this to the hydro line. I'm gonna have to get another damn controller. No, it's not even working. Oh yeah, that's extremely limiting. Oh, let's see. Oh yeah, I gotta go to my I gotta go to my chat window to copy that to the clipboard. I would never be able to type all that looking at my phone. Let me see. Let's see, YouTube. No, that's not that. That's not what I'm trying to do. Videos. There we go. So are you saying to remove these or just to add these? Add this, except you know this being this and this. I wasn't sure. Oh no. So leave this. Damn, that's a hell of a delay. Oh, just paste it on a new line to look at. Oh, so like just that, just for reference. I got you, I think. Input source lifter. See, I don't have an input source. This would. Oh, let's use this instead of using that with those values that you put on there. So like I could basically see what this one would do in place of that one with this. Yeah, it's actually not in slow motion. It looks like it is, but no, it's not giving me any any lift. It's not doing anything. I found that I found like the out rate, the more the number is, the more that it gives you. Um, uh, oh, I don't need the input source. Yeah, like with these here, the lower numbers wasn't fruitful. I had to have like a high number, like 10 or I think 10 on some, 5 on where more in and out rate. Yeah, I could just substitute all these real quick and see how they all work. Or this is the flapping up. This is the flapping down. I believe is how I got that set up. So if I just do these two, oops, wrong one. Oh, oh, damn. I'm getting old, man. I'm blind. I didn't realize the in limit, out limit, in rate, out rate. That's a limiter. Oh, see, I'm a dumbass. I'm telling you, man. Input factor. It was the input factor. Is that factor? I assume just backwards. That would be like, I think I had that at 1 and 1 for those two. Yeah, 1 and 1. Yeah. And, alright, so the in rate, out rate, that was before I changed it to that. I want to say it was like maybe something like that. I get no lift, no nothing. Um, hmm. What if I just add this to this? Or at the end here, let's put a comma and like I said, it would be to the end. It would be oh, I ain't worried about it, man. It's definitely something new to. It's always good to new values like these new arguments and strings, whatever you call them. It's kind of like when you learn a new skill in a video game. Like you learn a new skill, you got new abilities. That's what it's like when you learn, what, something new is, like beam deform or beam damping. If you didn't know what any of this stuff was, and someone tells you, it's like, yeah, it's like I leveled up, man. I got a new skill. All right. Let's see. Sometimes what I found is a good hard reset will fix things. I found that sometimes that's like the best way to fix things it's like, well, I found like if you're doing custom ground models, like you got your own ground model file, say you're in your level, um, and you're constantly going back and forth, changing values, for a while it'll update in real time, these updates, and then after some point it'll stop working and you have to reset the game because you're like, well, damn, was them settings not working, or was it just at the point that it just stopped allowing me to dynamically update things? So I found like sometimes this is the case with these mods also, like the tracks. Hey, while I got you on here, like 10 million people, that's exaggerating, 10 million people have asked about the ETK mod, scaling, like how do you scale a car? I talked to Tony Cartney, and he had said like he thought you could scale the DAE of a mod, but there wasn't a argument that you could scale every JBeam and the DAE file that goes with it. So like, you could scale basically all this stuff would scale with the mesh. But he wasn't 100% sure, but that's what he thought. That's all they're doing is just scaling meshes and not actually scaling J-beams when you see like these giant cars and then these little bitty tiny cars. Oh yeah. Well, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign right there. I don't know what I did. I messed up something. Oh, maybe that last thing isn't valid. Okay, yeah. So he was. So yeah, it's like I thought. Everybody that's making these videos of these big ass cars and little cars and stuff, like there isn't currently a argument you can put, or syntax or whatever it's called, that can like scale the entire J-beam and the mod and everything. Even if that did work and you scaled everything, then it would mess up all the other values, because I know it's not going to calculate new beam springs, new weights, everything. For something that's a very large item, it starts to get like natural wind resistance. Basically, if you make a moon-sized planet and you drop it on the ground, it's going to look like it's falling in super slow motion. And like last night was when I figured out basically to get around that would be to add this in the triangles. So it makes me wonder what other stuff can go in the triangles too. That was the kind of like a game changer right there. Just having that ability. Yeah, I think I got to remove that line. I'll just control Z get back to where I was at. See if I can, I don't know how many undos I have. I try to crank my undos up on everything like Blender or photo editor. I try to like have 150 undos. I know it might kill some performance, but I'd rather be able to undo than be stuck. I think, alright, I think that's where it was at. Should fix it. But yeah, I'll mess with that. I'll mess with that too. Yeah, I think I killed my mod. Let's see. Let me reload. And too, I could easily just mistype something and not seen the error yet. You know what? This could be one of these times that good old temp folder needs to get deleted. I've seen too, when you have a vehicles folder, I've seen like where some things are backed up. Like there's a backup file in here. I only seen it in the example car that Drowsy Sam made. Because like all the changes I was doing to his car, like this is the original Drowsy car before I got to work on it. Of course, I made the J-beam for the body, but the actual thing that he made this is his J-beam. There was a backup file in here that until I deleted it, no changes I made were being accepted. It wasn't doing anything. I couldn't figure it out. But yeah, I don't see it now. I'm not sure what generates it when it generates. And I'm not 100% sure, like resetting and deleting the temp folder, how much that's helping in some cases. I think sometimes it helps. I basically do that when I run out of options. I say, you know what, I don't know what the hell it is. Maybe it's that. I've also had to make a new user folder just to make sure, well, damn, I didn't screw something up in the user settings. Be surprised what one can mess up when tinkering with things. Okay, whew. I was about to say, Crash Hard gave me a virus with that code and it killed my car. After the outrage. Just need a comma. I should probably have two documents going at the same time. Let me go back to, well, I can come back to this. I think what I'm going to try to do, because the stuff you're telling me is like one of these things that like I need like 100% brain focus. I didn't come with much bandwidth. My brain didn't come with a math coprocessor. I got one of them SX 486 SX chips in my head, and I didn't get the DX with the math coprocessor. So certain things require me like an enormous amount of focus. That's where my ADD just says no, hell no. Ain't gonna happen. I think that's what these live chats. That's what's been like. That's been a sticking point for me. It's because it's like learning to pat your head and rub your stomach at the same time and answer questions, basically. But my wife would be good at that. She's one of them multitaskers. They say women are better multitaskers because of parental instincts and mother instincts, whatever, that they're used to being able to do and juggle 50 things at once. Whereas men, we just have one thing on our mind all the time. You know, it's just, you know, we're not really programmed to be able to multitask. Not unless the man's got a lot of estrogen, then he could probably do it. But so this is the actual model here. I mean, I didn't even think about, I did taper this, but this has really nothing to do with the it's not going to affect anything. I think the only thing that would change is if I added like a maybe a starting rotation of here instead of here, or here instead of where it's at. Uh, I would think if it's wanting to naturally flip backwards, then by tilting these forward like so, it would, each flap would be pushing and somewhat turning the thing to the right. Yeah. There's a video, man, everybody's got to watch. It's like the funniest shit I've ever seen. I don't want to play it and get any kind of copyright strike, but I can look it up. It's called, you may have seen it, it's called the Woman to Man Translator. I probably ain't gonna find it because I'm looking for it. It was funny, man. It was funny. Um, I just remember like the woman would said something in the video like, "Well, you need to go do this and this and this and that." However she explained it, but then the translator, um, was talking to the guy like a caveman, basically, in those kind of simple terms. Um, I'll have to find it later. I'll have to. Maybe this is it. I think this might be it. Eight, yeah. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Or it's one very similar. Yeah, this is, you got to watch this. Funniest thing. Every man should see should have one of these. Uh, I found too, like when I'm working on these things, if I ever use the mesh node, J-beam nodes connector, I find like a lot of times that you can do that, and you can like triangulate your faces, but if you do anything else, you can forget it. It's just, you start getting, well, for me anyway, I start getting where triangles are missing. Where it's like you can check the orientation and everything's fine as far as the normals, but for some reason polygons are missing in the game. And I've only really seen this happen when I'm in the edit mode and I'm actually editing a mesh, adding more loop cuts, or trying to like maybe extend part of it out with a extrude. Then I find that like later, once I get the new J-beam stuff copied over to the file, it's like polygons are missing. It shit drove me crazy, man. It's the first time I tried to make like a destructible speed breaker. Um, it it did the same thing. It's like I'd see some parts and then some parts would be missing. Same thing with that destructible bridge. It'd be like sections of road missing, but the J-beam will be present. And I'm like, well, where's the triangles? I check the normals, they're right. Ah, it must be this damn mesh. So what I started doing, instead of, it's time consuming, but what I started to do is just manually, like say I make a mesh box and mesh cube. And whatever I decide to make, I don't know, maybe I'm going to make, not that, maybe I'm going to make, something like this. And I decided to make that a mod, and the J-beam for the mod, rather. So what I started doing is just like select that node, hold shift, that node F, that node F. And these beams seem to work better and not cause that problem. But it's time consuming. You know, of course it's a lot easier to just pick them all and go to mesh them. But if you ever tried to make something like a quarter, like I made a quarter, the mesh, I'll show you how many damn times that damn thing or makes beams. Mesh cylinder. This is a good example here. This will make you about 90,000 beams. You hit A, select all, mesh J-beam nodes connector. Created 1,920 edges. That's a lot of beams. I tell you, it'd be sturdy though. It'd be very sturdy. It'd be a sturdy damn thing, but it would be a performance. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, I have this Wacom tablet that I've had for years. I never use it. It's hard for me to like draw and look at the screen when my hands are somewhere that my eyes don't see. I'm used to seeing paper and where my hands are at. The Wacom tablets is a tricky thing for sure. Yeah, I made this channel for art only, really. I never planned on making anything with Beam. In fact, the first few times I made something in the editor, I was irritated. I didn't know why things wasn't working. I tried to find videos online for things. It's like, how do I do this? How do I do that? It was like no updated tutorials. Like, I mean, it was like nothing. You could find nothing anywhere, and you pretty much can find nothing now if you look for like modding. It was like 2 tutorials for modding. It was like one guy had made a box, and his wasn't helpful. But the only guy whose tutorials helped me understand like what I did kind of know to what I didn't know, he kind of helped fill in the gaps, is this guy here. Mords BNG, Mords Bing. Yeah. He's got some advanced tutorials in here that he did, and they made me understand like how wheels work, how combustion works, how this works, how that works. And he's a student, from what he says, so he doesn't have a lot of time to really mess with this stuff, but it's like his tutorials are like gold, you know. I'm surprised that many people, I guess people don't care much to learn, like they'd rather see car crashes is what it comes down to. But that was what my motivation was to make a channel, was so that, you know, I knew what was hard for me to figure out. Maybe I could make it easier for somebody else by explaining it like a dummy understands it. Yeah. I tilted them forward a bit. You know what? Something's telling me. Something's telling me you need to back up that damn folder. You about to mess something up. You need to back it up. Yeah, and oh man, I'm OCD about backing up when it comes to tracks. Man, the first track I ever made, I lost my whole terrain block. All the terrain painting I did on it. I painted that shit like Bob Ross. I painted forever on it. And then I lost the terrain because at the time I didn't know that you could not have files well, I didn't really realize I had files pulling from small grid, and then I had files pulling from Ukraine track, which was the track I was working on. So the terrain block was for some reason being saved in the small grid map, and so if I were to shared my map with somebody, they'd only get small grid, whereas I was seeing it correctly on my screen. I tried to fix the problem. Well, yeah, I lost my entire damn terrain block. So I got to where I got OCD about saving like all the time. All right, let's try these new angled wings. I think they'll be much better. I mean, I'm hoping they're better. They may not be. Let's see, wings, wings. Oh, how many damn times I forget, man, to, oh man, oh man. I'm wondering why that's not showing the prefix that I already assigned it. Now I gotta look and see what I named. I don't remember what I named the prefix. Wing. Okay, just wing. That's all I named it. Wing R or wing L? Wing R or wing L? Yeah, I tried to make where I get to where I basically name everything the same. I'm still damn disorganized though. Yeah, see now this will coincide with the others. So we got the wing L, which all I did was rotated them. The only thing that should have changed is just the node location, I would think. That the beams and the triangles are still exactly the same beams and triangles. I didn't add any more or take away any vertices, so it should be all I should have to do this quick swap out. Save, and Control R, home. Okay. Well, let's not. I got. Is that a shadow? Or is that an extra damn wing? What the hell is that? Oh, you dummy. You got to overwrite the DAE file. That's what I was doing when I realized I needed to back up, which I didn't do yet. There we go. Now it should be right. No? Um, apparently it names some things differently because things aren't connected where they should be connected now. That'd be my guess. Hey, what's going on, man? We're just trying to get this bird off the ground. Did I update the J beam for? Yeah, yeah. Well, I did not move the triangles, and I did not move the beams over. So I figured the only thing that actually changed was, well, just the node location. Oh, but I didn't change it on Steve. Uh, but wait a minute, those aren't in here. Those nodes aren't in Steve. This is the body. Them nodes ain't in here. Those are just the wings are in the wings. But I didn't move the beams or the triangles over because I thought, well, damn, they're not going to change. I don't know, maybe the thing rewrote these and called them something different. Maybe where what used to be a, yeah, maybe that is different. Damn. Which means that none of my connections will be good anymore. Damn, I'd hate to do all this and it not be what was causing the problem. Or not be, well, I don't care so much that it changes it, just that I wouldn't want to be being counterproductive, but I guess it's just all part of trial and error. I guess I did back it up, so no matter how bad this gets, I got to remember not to get angry. don't Alt F4 or unplug the computer. I got to back up. Let's see. They are tilted, so that one's, something's not connected. Alright. I see it down there. Number 244, which is Wing LR4. Wing LR4. But I know for a fact that is what is connected to this one. So if I find this one, I should see what body wing RR. That's in here. Body wing RR. Now, let's see. What's that? Wing LR4. Yeah, there's no Wing LR4 anymore. So like there's a hydro missing now. Or one of them. Wing LR4 to Wing LR4 to Body Wing LR. Yeah, I'm wondering, did I accidentally get the damn right and the left backwards? I don't know. Alright, so this is, yeah, for YouTube. Yeah, I haven't really made anything for anybody. I don't really feel like I'm really at the point yet that I can make anything that's like on the level of like the developers or anything. And I've seen some really impressive mods other people have made. I'm still like maybe 8 months into modding. I've still got a lot of stuff to figure out before I can feel comfortable really making mods for people. Now track assets and track design stuff, now I can do that better. That's actually what I started learning, was tracks, textures, making models in Blender, but I haven't done anything. A few people asked me about doing side work, but I think maybe about another 6 months I'll be at that point. I'll be ready to take that on. I'll probably know more by then that I'll feel confident enough. Like if I tell somebody I can do something, then I can do it. I mean, I'm about 80% there now, but I think another 6 months I'll be pretty productive as far as speed and 'cause I wouldn't know what the hell to charge anybody. I mean, I wouldn't even know what to begin to charge or what would be fair based on the quality of craftsmanship that I'm providing. So that would be one of my concerns. Body wing LR, body wing LR2. Wish they make it where you could see these names better. Where you could make those larger if you wanted to. It's like, damn, gotta have a damn Hubble telescope to read that shit. Wing RR5. Yeah, I got this backwards, I think, somehow. I don't know. Something's definitely off. See if we just remedy their situation. Alright, we just gotta fix that back. That's not connected for some damn reason. Oh, that could have something to do with it there, you think? Oh man, I can't believe I overlooked that. Yeah. I mean, still it's not connected, but it's probably having some. LR4. I like this how about Windows 11 you can move the stuff. It's easy. It's like you're doing two things in two windows, or you can have, more windows open if you need them. But it's one of the few things I like about it. Oh, you know what I realize I'm doing? Oh, man, I gotta pay attention. I done made it worse. That is Wing LL5. Wing RF2. Wing L10. Or L0. Yeah, now I just gotta fix. Yeah, apparently when I exported these damn things, no, I haven't. No, I haven't actually. I tried to sell some artwork in a yard sale. I tried to sell like when I was in seventh grade. Like I tried to sell some artwork at a yard sale, and somebody offered me like 50 cents for one thing and $3 for another thing. And I said, nah, I'm not. I'm not gonna try to sell any artwork. But no, I did make an ashtray sculpture of a Diablo from the game Pagan. I mean, not Diablo, but from the game Pagan. Their poster for Pagan, or the box. I can't remember what the graphic, but the demon was coming out of the lava where the lava formed up his waist, and the demon with wings was above, and of course what was below was a lava, which basically was in an ashtray. So I made an ashtray, and I only charged it like 25 bucks, but shit, that's about what the materials cost. Yeah, see, I don't know what to charge people. I think if the channel gets monetized, I'll just probably put it like put one of them little tip things up, whatever, like people got on some things. All right, that's got to go to the damn sled. Let's see how I got this one connected. Be nice too if you could turn off the distance that it draws nodes, where it only draws nodes up to, say, you know, 1 meter in front of you, so it like you can like clip all these out and not have to see them all. This is what's kind of confusing when you're trying to get in here and look for. I mean, I think these new wings are going to work here. They got to be reconnected. Apparently somehow this one got unconnected. But I need to see how I connected the other one. I don't remember. It's somewhere in here. Somewhere in there. So like this is one, and the other one's down here on the ground. See, that's stable. That's not going anywhere. This one's just all over the place. So if I pause it here, now I can get a better idea of what's missing. Turn triangles on, that could help too. Pretty sure there's only two things holding this, and that is wing LR1 to that. Wing LR1 to body wing LR1. That's what that is. That's not a hydro, it's where the body connects to the wing. Ski to ski, body to ski. Should be a wing to car body ski. Wing to car body ski. Should be another body to ski. It's not in wing to wing, but need wing to. That may be it. That's the front. Yeah, this is it. This is just the beam that's just holding it. This isn't actually the hydro. This is just a support beam. And so that's what I think when I re-exported the J-beam for these wings, it renamed some things, and things aren't connected where they were connected. That's what I think happened. But I do think they're going to work. Right. 71% sure on that. Wing LR1. See, it says wing LR3. When that's actually wing LR. It is that one. That is right. And what about the beams connecting them two together? Wing to wing. That's on the wing page. Winged wing. Winged wing. It should be body. No, that ain't no damn wing that says body. Oh man, oh me. Maybe I forgot to add it. I still don't know why it broke. R0. R1. So on where I just made this connection, it's like apparently such a strong beam that nothing's moving. I don't know. I don't know how adding that one thing can just mess everything up. But I'll give that a very low spring. See if that was it. Oh, you know why? You know why? It's, some dumbass is on foot walking around. You wonder who that could be. Instead of being in the vehicle. Golly. Man, see that's kind of ignorant mistakes I make, like shit like that. I'm like trying to figure something out, like realizing I'm on foot. Yeah, I actually I put a link to whatchamacallit, Cash App, but uh, that's a long time ago. I like put that in like one or two of the descriptions to a video, and then I was like, nah, I ain't posting that shit. I'll just wait till. I mean, I left it in there, but I didn't. I don't advertise it. I might have mentioned it in like one of the channel infos or something, but see, this needs to be connected. I don't know how that shit got undone. This is the one that's still wrong. Yeah, also, one thing I also don't do is I never ask, like, I may have in maybe 2 or 3 videos talked about please like and subscribe, but the way I look at that is people should understand by now. You've heard it a million times already. So many times it's like you don't even hear it anymore because it's just, it's like you don't, it's so common you don't even think about it. And it's kind of like birds chirping outside. You hear them, but you don't think about it really because it's just every day you hear it. And I figured if I told people like and subscribe and they didn't really want to subscribe, but they did because I asked, they'd be more inclined to do like thumbs downs because, well, he talked me into it. I didn't really want to damn subscribe, but these videos, I like one of them. I like that one he did, but all these others, nah, I don't like them. And so if you're the kind of person you make videos, somebody likes a lot of the videos, and they'll be naturally wanting to subscribe to see more instead of you pressuring them into it. That's how I look at it. I just don't. I know I've liked and subscribed to channels before. Uh, I subscribe to a lot of channels, but I have now. I will say I have hit the like button several times because I heard the reminder, and I do forget to hit the little like button. That's what I do forget that. That bastard right there. That's the problem. Now see, I can make the wings disappear, but I can't make the body disappear. So this ain't really gonna help me determine why the wings broke. If I can maybe, oh, you know what? I didn't think about this. You in your debug, you can turn the mesh visibility. Well, you're supposed to be able to turn it down. Oh, look at me. See, I'm on foot again. Am I? Or, I can't tell. That damn on foot dude, man, shit's annoying. I always... Here we go. I can think it's safe to say this is a bug. Reload. If I really had the patience, I'd make a lot of crash videos. But I ain't got the patience like y'all do to make them things. It's like, I mean, I'll like spend like 2 hours trying to get like all the AIs of the car to do a certain thing with the script AI manager, and then when I finally start to get things where they're like where I want them, then I start getting performance issues where uh, the cars just, instead of resetting like they're supposed to, they'll just start, like, even though it reset, instead of them driving, it'll be like they'll just be going like, man, I know I was pressing the gas when I recorded that. It played the first few times, and then hitting shift R and then tabbing R between all the different vehicles trying to reset them, just nothing works. It just, once it gets to that point, it's like, damn, you got to start all over. That's why I just lose patience. I spend half the damn day trying to make one video, and unless I'm unrealistically thinking one day is enough time to make a good video. I try to do stuff in a few hours. I try not to do things that take multiple days. This was something a while back that I had made too. I was going to try to update it, more modernized. See these logs up here? These logs on this hill. These here logs, they gonna do some damage when that car goes over that there, right there. We're gonna spawn a car and I'll show you. It's really better if you got two cars, because if you got two cars, one car can set the trap and then the other car takes the damage. So that's a little pressure plate there on the ground. Alright, where's my car? So once you go over the pressure plate, there's hitting beam, like a J-beam in there, that it can break, a feather could break it basically. But it's a link to a brake group that's linked to the J-beam, I'm sorry, the beam rather. So if we go up to here, we like hit Control B to see the beams. These beams that you see here, like connecting like that node to that beam, those are very strong, very strong. They're not going to break on their own. They're very strong. And in fact, each log is connected to the next log with a beam. Those are very strong. They're not going to break. But if this little hair trigger beam here that's set to like break if just a feather hits it, breaks, it'll trigger the brake group breaking those. So that's how I devised that to work. But you could also hit T on the keyboard to activate a thruster. Let me turn this off. And that'll break the trip line also. And the heel, I know the heel's ugly. The heel isn't intended to be used. You cover it up with the terrain. It's just there as like a guide to kind of help you put the terrain where it needs to go so that the logs roll down the road like they should. So you have to. You'll switch over to the car. It's hard to see that pressure plate, but it's there. So one car goes over, breaks it, and then by the time the next car goes by, oh, it's over. Ideally, it wouldn't slide. Yeah, you know what? I don't know why that is. You know what? That shit's annoying to me too. I don't know why that is. It's like out the left speaker like that. I'm using a M audio, this here, but I don't know why it's only capturing like the. I don't know why it's not. I don't know. I don't know. It's maybe something on the damn. Let me look on the back of this thing. This is one of these M Audio Air 192/4. Yeah. There's like not a balance on it. Not a balance knob that I see anyway. Not for that. Or there's not a switch to say only stereo or mono. Yeah, so that might be something Windows, or maybe the thing ain't plugged in. I mean, it could be the. I don't know. I'm just speculating now. I don't know. It could be the recorded settings. I can hear out of both ears. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Hello? Hello? Can I hear? Let me see if I can hear myself. Let me turn this up. Hello? Hello? Maybe I speak in a panning voice, a pan from the left and the right when I speak. I don't know. Let me see. Hello? 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 Yeah, I'm just coming through the left. Now the echo's playing out of both. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I know the one damn thing, if I buy another one of these, it will have Windows 11 compatibility, because that's one of the things that the people that make this said on their website about talking about ways to prevent from upgrading to Windows 11, because apparently they just don't have drivers for 11. But yeah, in here, Um, where is the other settings? More sound settings. Hey, you know what? I just realized my PlayStation controller is also recording me as I talk. At the same time, I bet that's probably something to do with it. It's two things trying to use the same thing, which I should just do not allow that to work. I don't know, maybe this will fix it. I mean, that's the only thing that's coming to mind. It could be something else, but see, this is actually not supposed to be playing out of here either. It's supposed to be playing, I don't know, man. It's just like a maze. It's like one thing. You can open this thing up, and you can say, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's in the mixer. It's in, let me see. I forget how I get to that damn thing. I think it's here. Oh, there it is. So you got each thing here, and you can pick output device for each thing running. And I think like some shit can be backwards, where one thing's playing out of one thing's playing out of the other thing. Shit, it's like a maze. It's like a literal maze. The way all this stuff can all connect, I guess. I mean, you would think, well, everything should be the same, or you'd think. I don't know if changing this is gonna mess up the stream. It might. I just restart it if it does. But yeah, yeah. I don't know. This is all like only thing I can think. I mean, I can connect my old PS5 controller back up and connect that old earpiece back in. That'll record dual channels, I believe. But I really need to figure this out more. And unfortunately, the for whatever reason, this damn M Audio with this Windows 11. Well, I ain't gonna say for whatever reason. Hell, they tell you not to get Windows 11 with this. Let me see. It won't let me. This is supposed to go up to 192,000. But not only will it not let me select this, change it, I don't have any other options that I used to have. Like, it always says streaming, no matter what the hell you're doing. You can reset the computer and it still says streaming when you load it. So, I don't know. I have to look into it more. Not sure. But yeah, this was the other thing that I was working on, these logs. I get back to the old bird, see what we can. Try to fix that beam. try to, once again, go into the debug and try to make the mesh less visible so I can kind of track what is what. Make it a little easier. I'm going to turn triangles on too. That'll help even more, I think. So, maybe not. Alright, so this is the wing here. So it looks like this is connected to this. This should be connected to the one that's on the ground down there. But you only really see when it's under tension, do you really see. That's what that damn slow motion's for. I gotta turn that on. Damn it. Alright, wing LR4 goes to that. To body wing RR. I should fix it. I hope so. See, earlier these wings were angled back. Like this entire stream basically was just me making one adjustment where I took these wings and rotated them just a bit from being parallel to being back just a bit. But since you did this, the mesh had to be exported, and then the J-beams had to be exported, and for some damn reason the J-beams did not have the node prefix in them. So when I re-exported them, I don't want to think just rotating this thing made it change numbers on the damn node numbers. Maybe it did. I don't know. All I know is after I made that slight adjustment, nothing was connected. The wings were not working at all. They were damn. They were not doing anything. And now we still got some problems. That's why I backed up the folder before before I started. Sorry, there's no telling. No telling. Looks like there's two beams going from wing LF to wing R3 down there. There's like two instead of one, whereas the one on the right side just has the that is wing LF. I'm in the wrong damn it. So R3. Swing R1. Alright. Where's this one connecting? Alright, so the top one is connected to something it shouldn't be. Which, I'll just search for it. Hydro. Man, I hate to say, but I was in better off shape before I started fooling with this thing. Let me revert back. I was better off before I started doing the wing adjustment. I made a backup of the folder so I can just easily get back to it. Mm. Um, It'd be easier to just add a tail than try to readjust something that's already made. It's like you can always go forward, but it's hard to go back. Does that make sense? It's hard to. Did you move the new? Man, I done got so damn lost. I just reverted back. I got so lost. I was like struggling again like a big bowl of spaghetti trying to find the way to the end. It's like it was all like a knot and knotted up like a maze is what it seemed like. I just go from here. I think it'd be easier if I just try to add a tail back here. So like when this flaps down, the tail is flapping up to counter. I think we'll be on track. I am. This is almost good enough. I mean, I can't wiggle the stick fast enough. Even if I could, I don't think it's... I mean, we can almost get lift. Like, just give it a little more wind. Yes. Yeah, give it a more drag coefficient. Let's just do 5. I gotta do something about them damn J-beams for them skis. After I get it where I can get it maybe flying decent or flapping decent, I'll do some. I'm gonna try to replace them damn skis with like some feet, like some little bird feet. We kind of have like a little three prong thing, like a stand for a sled. It's like an oversized foot. A little more drag. Let's see what we get. Now the drag's affecting how fast the wing can flap. What it should be is like when the wing goes up, it should tilt inward so that it's like not as much wind resistance on the way up, and so then on the way down it goes flat to push down is what I'm thinking. Like so instead of this pulling up on both of these in the back, the back one's the back, let's see, let me show you. The back one's in the back. Instead of them, damn it, I can't tell. I'm looking at this thing. Well, y'all know what that was. They didn't even give me the courtesy of telling me I had a crash. Shit just turned off. I never had a game crash not tell me it crashed. That's the first. They just said, "To hell with you, man. I'm done. I'm just turning off for the day." All right. Now I can get it off the ground by just lifting up like this. So need more lift or less weight on the body. while increasing the lift will give it more wind resistance. By making the body lighter and the sleds lighter, it should lift up easier. Might not have to struggle as much. I got node weight 4. I just try to get as close as I can without imploding. I'll lower this back down. These two here there's one here and there's one here that were the front that I made just to try to give it more weight in the front. But we got an immediate pause, so we got to lower the beam spring. Now the beam spring's too high for that weight. So, let's see. Yeah, it's probably a little much. I'm never sure about damping. I try to understand it, but it's quite confusing. I mean, you can have too much damping, and it can also cause problems. Alright, so it's still not, I still got to go lower than that. Oh. Yeah, just more lift I think will be. I think Crash Hard was right all along, just more lift. I mean, I didn't say it wasn't right. I thought I could lighten the body, but apparently to lighten the body enough to be lighter, I have to make the springs a lot weaker, and also forgot I got I thought I had pre-compression on the body too. Let me make sure that I let that set. No, it's 1.0 because I know at one time I had like 0.98. Alright, just more lift, wings. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I don't think. Let me look at the triangles for the body and the sleds. So I've got a drag coefficient also on the damn body and the sled where I didn't try to like do like 0.01 for like the triangles, collision triangles for the rest of the car. That's one thing I didn't do. I'm not sure how much that might have been holding me back, if any. More drag. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Look at that typo. Oh, what time is it here? Oh, hey, what's going on? It's 2:43 p.m. here. way too damn much. Let's see. That would work, but I'd need a whole, I mean, that's a lot of drag. I mean, that may work, but I would need more weight then on the body probably to offset it. It flaps really slow with that much wind resistance. Like really slow. It's like super slow motion. But I guess if you think about it, like a big ass bird, if a bird was that big, would it appear that its wings were flapping as fast as like a little hummingbird's wings? No. It would look more like a dragon where the wings are kind of like, you know, kind of whooshing in the wind. Like they wouldn't be moving like a bumblebee's wings would. So I guess maybe like artistically, you know, it would not be possible to really make a realistic representation. I mean, you could make a realistic representation, but you couldn't make an exaggerated one like flapping wings like a bee for something to actually be functional. I'm thinking it would have to be right as far as the math and all goes. Now, when the frictions increase, I'd seen earlier like you could change the. I tried changing the hydro stuff. I'm gonna look into what Crash Heart said about the limiter so that I could really crank this factor up more. I can increase the factor on the bottom. Let's do 0.5 instead. The only thing with the factor is like it can, and then we got beam springs too. So I'm not sure if you use more spring in a hydro, is the hydro going to be tougher to steer if there's more spring in the hydro? Or is that extra spring the resistance that's keeping the damn hydro from turning? So I'm not sure how that kind of works, if it's backwards or not. Like one of those, one way would seem like, well, I could see where a tight spring would keep the hydro from activating good. But then another could say, well, that tight spring is what keeps the, yeah, see, that's what I'm not quite sure. That's just going to be way too much lift. I did make a big jump there. I'll just say 155. And remember, I'm no math person. I am not a math. I don't like see numbers and know like, well, for that the way this it needs to have this much damping and this much spring. I like all my math classes. I had football players in my math class, if that tells you anything. So I didn't really do well in math or get very far in math. Yeah, shit. Let me try this real quick before I do too many more changes. So adding more spring makes it flap faster. Also, it seems. I'm not trying to do a complete flap because I got the damn factor up too high. But if I lower the factor to like 0.5, 0.50, let's see, we'll leave the bottoms there for now. I didn't realize that the spring like was mattering. That's still too much factor. Just maybe it's allowing it to go too far. So yeah, that's the absolute limit now. which keeps it from breaking, but it's actually, we'll give it more spring. What'll happen? Like a little baby bird trying to fly for the first time. It ain't sure if it wants to jump out the nest or not, and then its mother decides to push it out. So you either die or you fly. Yeah, India. Oh, Kasi ho. Kasi ho. Shukriya Field Milinge. That's all I know in Hindi. Change different tires. Now the tires on vehicles. Now if you want to just I see what you're saying. Have a watermelon for a tire. You just change the DAE of the mesh. I made a video on changing that, but I never did show. I can save this real quick and just, well, I mean, this is already saved. I can just pull up an example and see if I can show you with something that's already in here. Where you take a different mesh and now the car is going to have the tires that's physically the tire. But what you see, instead of seeing a tire, if you want to see a watermelon, that shouldn't be too hard to do. I'll just go into it's an old habit going into that folder. Let's see. Now this version, where's the basic mod? Which one is the, gotta think for a second. That is, this one I can show you an example with this one, I think. Let me copy it over and see. Because that's what I was doing right before I stopped working on this one, as I was at the point I was putting new tires and new wheels and trying to figure out, I actually tried to figure out how to take a wheel out completely where the spindle is like a propeller blade where you can turn anything, but apparently that ain't how it actually works. I thought the spindle was what made the turning, and I didn't realize that like the J-beam for the wheels and tires basically made the nodes for the tires. That's what turns, but I thought the actual spindle turned, but apparently not. So, at least from what I could see, which makes me wonder how people did the propellers on planes. I mean, yeah, you can change the damn tire to look like a propeller, but I mean, for it to function like a propeller, it would need to be, I would think, have the J-beam, with the air, what the hell, drag set right so that it can pull it. That's what I would think. Yeah, so this is the one that I've been working on for a little while, that I've been just experimenting, doing different things with it and whatnot. So the wheels here, but you see I made the back wheels larger. Well, I think I did anyway. Let me look. Yeah, the back wheel is like a super large wheel. See, that's actually the wheel, not what you're seeing represented. What you're seeing represented is just a mesh. The wheel itself is actually being made by the J-beam for the wheel that is like here. Hub wheels. It tells you like here number of rays, blah 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 blah. That basically is all these little things shooting out. This is what, by you changing this is what's changing this. But the mesh, that's tied into this flex body. So what it's looking for when it's saying wheel, BMG underscore wheel FRL. If I load this into Blender, the DAE of this into Blender, I'll just load another Blender. and I load that DAE, you'll see that mesh. You would replace that mesh with the watermelon. Let me see. Now that's the body, that's the tires, or the wheels. That's the frame and the wheels. This is just the, alright, well, wait a minute. That's the DAE. I gotta open up, hold on, give me a minute. I gotta find the damn thing. Box wheel. Alright. Yeah, this is the J-beam for the body that I made. It's very simple, just for the body. Like later it'd be ideal to cut it and make more parts that break and stuff, but for now that's fine. To the tires, well, these are actually the tires for, wait a minute, something's not right somewhere. I've worked on so many of these damn things, I gotta remember which one's which. I'm not exactly organized. Alright, that's just the body. Hold on. I'll find it. No, that's the damn solid mesh. If I have to re-download, I'll just re-download it. I know the actual example car that you download has got the right mesh names and stuff in it. I just merged so many things together and changed so many things. It's like one of these is the original. I just don't remember which one. Alright, here we go. Damn, finally found it. See, this is the one I replaced him with a hot dog. And the hydro, it's got hydros on the hot dog too, so the hydro can make the hot dog move around and lift like a lift kit kind of thing. It was like the first time I started messing with an actual car mod, trying to change things. But if we look here, you'll see wheel RR. All right, what the J-beam is looking for here, wheel, front, left, front, right, beam MG wheel, front, left, front, right. So beam NG wheel, front, left, front, right. So to replace this with a watermelon, let's just get a quick watermelon. It won't take long to find one. I'll probably get one on, probably one real quick on whatchamacallit, Sketchfab. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them videos with these cars with these different fruits and things. Alright, we'll get this one. So let's import in the OBJ, or it could be a FBX or another DAE, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to import in. Just we'll import in that melon. Import OBJ. Downloads. Watermelon source. I don't see it in there. Let me damn tell me there's another damn zip file in that zip file. That don't make no shit sense to me whatsoever. It makes no damn sense. But I don't know. What do I know? Import OBJ. Downloads. Watermelon source. Watermelon OBJ. Alright, so now we got us a beautiful watermelon here. Beautiful. Beautiful. We'll scale it on up, move it over, like so. We'll scale it to the size that we want that melon to be. We'll have to figure something kind of like that there. Maybe a little smaller, maybe like that. So this wheel, the easiest way to do this shit is to just replace the mesh with your mesh. By doing that, so like we know this is going to be beam MG wheel RL. I'll copy this to the clipboard and then I'll purposely name this something else so that I can go to the melon, double click and paste and change that to the new, what that's supposed to be, that basically. I mean, I could delete the wheel, or I can just, when I export, just do not select that when I export the mesh. I'll just say select everything else but that, more or less. So the next thing is basically exporting this. You're not having to join this to anything else. We just basically, we've got two things to do. Well, we got a texture that's got to be made. So if you look at the texture, it's this, whatever that is. I'm going to just copy the name of the texture to the clipboard and make it easier, and then go to the folder for the example car, to its main.materials, and I'll add a new material to it. I'll just paste this down here temporarily. Alright, then I'll say, okay, which one of these looks good to me? I will just use that one. So I'll copy this material. I'll, after the last material, put a bracket and a comma, paste, and then change this name to this name so that we have the texture for the watermelon. And then lastly, the color map that's used for this particular watermelon is, where's Blender? There it is. It's this here. Copy this to the clipboard and then paste that here. So that's the texture for the watermelon is done. Now we just have to export the DAE of this, but I need to move the folder first before I do all that. Let me go ahead and move this thing. Damn, I got too many damn example cars every damn where. I'm not even sure which one's which now, but I know the one I'm currently fooling with is this one here, so I'll move this one into there. That's the problem when you back up stuff. That is the only bad thing. You just end up with so many backups. It's hard to remember, for me anyway, hard to remember which damn thing's to back up and which thing is the not to back up. So make sure I export the DAE. Don't forget to export the DAE, because then you're not going to have the mesh for the watermelon. Now this is already set up in the JBeam file. You don't have to change the name in here or anything else. That should work right away. So if we export, let's see, let's got to navigate to it. Example car. Alright, now this is the body, this is the part that's the wheel. So I want to make sure we don't send anything we don't need. I'm not sure what A is. I think that's the hot dog. So we're not going to send that. We're going to send basically everything but this one wheel that I renamed. So we'll do it like this. And we'll go File, Export, DAE, Selection Only. And I'll overwrite that one with that one. Now we've got to reload the game for that to take effect. This is already running. I don't think that can dynamically update. This is one of these things where you're moving completely moving a mod that wasn't in there into there. So you got to relaunch. I don't have that mod for that car, but I mean, you can do what I'm doing here with this. Same thing should work with that. Now I got my fingers crossed that this is going to have a watermelon wheel on it. But it don't. Oh, that's because I think there's a backup. This is where I was saying there is a backup. I thought. Yeah, that's it. That's that damn file right there that I had to delete. I've never seen it on any other model except for this car. I had to delete that cached file for my changes to take effect for some reason. I'm not sure why that's in there, but I mean, I think that's the issue. I'll delete the temp folder, make sure that the cache. Oh shit, game is running. Hold on. Delete this and reload. Oh, a lot of the DAEs for the wheels are in common. They're in a common folder, I believe. The common folder, DAE is. Like if you go into where your game's installed, like your Steam library, for example. I mean, I would think everything should be self-contained in that damn mod. There should be no reason why I wouldn't think that. If you go into the ETK, whatever it's called, there should be a. Damn, I just lost my train of thought. Give me a second. I got too many things going parallel in my head. There should be a common folder, I would think, in that mod folder, but I'm not 100% sure. I know like the games vehicles, they all pull from, like if you go to where the game is installed to the E drive, well no, that's the D drive for me. Steam library, Steam apps, common, BeamNG drive. In the content folder, in the vehicles folder, there's a zip folder called common. If we extract this onto the desktop, I can show you like what all DAEs, and this is like all the extra stuff for these cars. But I don't think that well actually I just did see ETK. Is ETK an actual car in the game or a car somebody made? Is it like a yeah. I don't know why I keep thinking ETK. I think Superheroes Gaming, I think this is the name. I got confused when he was explaining a mod to me. I wasn't sure. I was thinking that it was a mod another person made, but now that I think about it, the ETK is actually the name of one of the cars, the developer cars, which their wheels all are in the common folder. I'm about like 92% sure. Vehicles. I see this is separate from the actual. It's like this. You got ETK here. That's the engine. This is the engine related to ETK, but there's wheels and tires here. ETK wheel. These are the DDS's. Let's see if the DAEs are in here. Let's look at a different view so we can read this better. There's just whatever them wheels. I'm not sure if these are the name. I'm not sure if them wheels are included with them wheels or if they're like a different wheel entirely. I'd have to look at it. Know the name. Let's see. Let's see, like these, like all the tires for the developer cars and their DAE. ETK. I'll just do it this way. That'd be the easiest thing to do. Let's just extract the mod or the car and look. There's a ETK 800. We'll extract here. I gotta close some windows. Golly, look at all that shit. That's a tabbing nightmare right there. Wheels.da. Oh, game running. Damn it. Try again. None specified error. Maybe there's a damn problem with this damn thing. Look, I've been getting all kinds of errors trying to extract it. And they're all related to the wheels. Well, that's the same problem. It's just wheels.dae and the CDAE. So that's probably the damn problem. Possibly. It's not your fault, my fault. I'm not going to say whose fault it is, but I don't know. I mean, maybe this is the issue. I mean, that's just from extracting the thing. I'm getting errors. So if we try to load it, let's load another blender and try to see what DAE is included. What's in that file? Apparently wheels.dae is KIA. Desktop. ETK vehicles, and see, there should be a commons folder, but there's not a commons folder. Actually, you know, it's crazy shit. Now, when I extracted that thing, I know damn well I saw where it said something about commons, but I don't see a folder for that in here. Let's just type wheel. What do I get? I don't get shit. So, like you said, if you load this, you don't get no wheels, but that may be because let's look at this. We'll have to open it and look. Let's look at the J-beam for this whole thing here. Let's find the wheels. So, slots. Body is the next slot. Or there's also a mod for an additional modification. The ETK 800 mod. That's an additional slot, but we'll go to the body first, I guess. So the body slot, it's like the head bone's connected to the neck bone, and the neck bone connected to the toe bone. You know the old song, What's How? All these things are all linked. different, let's see. Which one are they using for the body? That's body wagon, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Steering wheel, rear seats. Well, that's a lot of damn slots. Let's go to steer and see where that takes us. That's the next thing, is finding out which one of these is the for that got the steering in it. The differential, maybe. Drive. Now I know some of them too can have other slots in the slot, so I didn't go all the way down to see. While I'm doing this, I'm gonna just search for the shit. Steering wheel. So I'm not sure what these different ones, which one's which. I wouldn't think it'd be exhaust fenders, fuel tank. Let's see what this is. What's escape? I'm not even sure what that abbreviates, but that's related to traction control. That's stability traction control. Um, Alright, slot wheel F5. It might be in here though. Let's see. Let's just search for it. See if it's actually in here. Because I can sometimes have them down at the bottom. trying to look for. What happens if you load the damn car in the game? That's what I'm wondering, like, where the hell are the damn wheels? I mean, it had a problem exporting that J-beam, so I'm guessing when you load the damn car, there are no wheels on it. Which that'd be a develop. They need to fix that if that's the case. That ain't something I. I mean, it makes me wonder if that is the case, but I wouldn't think it is. I wouldn't think this car is messed up for everybody, but if it is, maybe that's something they're already aware of and they're working on it. And if they're working on it, that means they know a whole lot more than I know. And if they have a problem with it, now damn sure ain't gonna be able to figure it out. I'm sure, if that was the case. Let's see, ETK series. Oh, I know this car. I've loaded this damn thing many times. That's the K series. Is there another one, or is that like the ET? Oh, there's an I series, a K series. Um, maybe there's different ones. I'm sure there's different ones people download, but I don't think this is the one that you're looking for with the wheel problem. Where you said the wheels are missing, or they're not missing is so much that you can't find out where to change them in the let's stop this for a second. Let's go back to let me see if I can get that watermelon to show up. That was like the last thing I was doing, then I'll come back to this. Because somebody is basically asking something very similar but related to the making a wheel a watermelon. And I can show you in the example car easily where that's defined, where each thing is and how it connects to the next thing, which probably be easier to explain in that way. At least that could give you a better idea where to start looking. Let's see, mods, vehicles, example car. So we got the basic car itself, the example J-beam. If we open that, it's got slot type for suspension. If we go to the next J-beam, which the suspension, there's a slot type for the wheel, beam wheel R. And so that particular that basically is here, and this tells you the mesh for that tire, which I changed to a watermelon. Well, I replaced the mesh with a watermelon, but it's named the exact same thing to save time, you know. But this is how the tires and wheels are made with these things here. This basically makes them, it creates them, it creates the nodes for the tires, where all we're doing is just changing out a mesh, which has no effect on the physics whatsoever. It's just cosmetics. Let's reload. Let's see if that update, I deleted that file, see if that was the problem, why I don't have my watermelon. Well, we don't have a watermelon, but we are missing a wheel. Yeah, unable to find mapping material, watermelon, and unknown. I get these damn errors sometimes, and I can't figure out what the shit. Sometimes I get them, why I get them. I want to say that it's because the location is pointing to a place that's not valid. So, for example, the main dot materials, it may be looking for the materials in a place that does not currently exist. That's one thing I'm thinking. So, vehicles, example car. No, this is the correct folder. Example car. Let me double check. Yes, example car. And they are all pointing to example car, not some crazy place that doesn't exist. So that rules that out. There's my watermelon texture. So this is like one of these things. It's like, well, shit. Why is the textures messed up? This is a common problem for me, by the way. This is something that happens all the time making mods, and I don't know why it happens. I don't know why this texture problem pops up sometimes and sometimes it don't. Um, like what I'll do, I'll delete the temp folder. First thing I'll do, I'll delete that temp folder. I can't with the game running. So now delete the temp folder and make sure that there is no, oh, and also make sure there's no zipped version of it. I'm not sure that the zip version can load like in this folder. I think it has to be in a mod folder. So this should be the only, unless I didn't delete that damn file. There should be no reason why I don't load, I would think. Did export to DAE. I remember doing that. I didn't change the name of any textures. Oh, this has, wait a minute. Yeah. I doubt it's, I would really seriously doubt it's related to it being let me see, let me double check. That's another reason why I try not to have too much things open, because you might be working on one, fixing one, and it not be, oh, that's why. That's why right there. There's a snake, it bit me. But you can see like how everything connects. If this watermelon appears, and you know, it should be the same thing for all these mods. But like I said, yeah, maybe other people's complained about it or mentioned it. I find that people, when they ask things in here, it's like it's because nobody else knew. I'm like the last resort. That's what it kind of feels like. Like no one else figured it out. Um, oh, example car. Now give me a watermelon. Nah, I don't see no watermelon. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. And we still got this issue with these texture. Not sure why that happens. I sound like a broken record now. I'm just gonna shut up and just try to figure it out. Let's see. Let me do it this way. Oh shit, I didn't mean to close it. I ain't got no idea why this shit's... No idea. Unless there's errors in here, which wouldn't surprise me. It damn sure wouldn't. That's for sure. I've made many errors. I'll just copy the one from the current or the last known working one and move it into there instead. The only thing I can think, there's a typo in there that it, wait a minute, before I do that, no, wait, damn it. Look at that shit. I was about to redo this. I said, you know what? I just remembered. I pasted that shit down there earlier when I just didn't want to forget the name and I didn't want to, it's too lazy to look back at Blender. I left that damn down there and I didn't delete it. So basically, the whole main.material file is invalid, is what I basically did. So it could have been perfect, but the fact that I had that type, that where I pasted that, see, that's what screwed it up. Well, at least figuring this stuff out, I guess, was important. Not the frequency of the errors, but figuring them out and fixing them, I guess, is what's important. I want to get me one of them little timers, like a little egg timer. Like after 5 minutes, if I don't figure it out, I just move on to the next thing. I can get spend too much time trying to figure out one thing. What am I doing? Vehicles. Alright, we still don't got no damn textures. Well, what the shit? Damn. Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, this is something I have to come back to. I have to focus on this when I got time to focus. When I can just put all my attention into what's the deal, because did I not save the damn file? So I start making simple mistakes like this where I didn't just save the damn file. That's when it's like time to move on. I get in a hurry. That's what it is. I get in a hurry and I try to do this shit too quickly, and I'm not taking my time and like I normally take my time. I'm trying to answer all these or figure the stuff out quickly, and I can't do it quickly any other time, so I don't know why I would think when I make a video I could do it any quicker. But we still don't got a watermelon, but we got our textures. Now there's a texture, there's a mesh. I must not have exported that model. It's the only explanation. Oh, wait a minute. I realized what it is. See, look at this little dot on this melon. Do you see this dot? This is the origin. It's not set to the 3D cursor. I knew if I sat here long enough, I'd figure out what the shit I did wrong. We'll set this thing to the 3D cursor down there, and they see the dot for the watermelon moved, and we'll apply all transforms. Now we will re-export this thing, and I'm pretty confident I can just delete that wheel. It's not like I don't have a backup. I'll just delete the hot dog too. We're not going to be using that. Export DAE, overwrite. Example car, overwrite example car, and give me a watermelon. Ah, damn it, I got nothing now. Set export DAE. No, not selection only, everything. Give me a watermelon. No watermelon. Example car. Yes, that is example car. Exported 15 objects. And there's a watermelon. Oh, damn it. I figured I'd get it. Honestly, no, I didn't figure I would get it. I was maybe 73% sure. Yeah, 73% sure. Yeah, the object was missing because the damn origin. Let me show you how origins work. If you move the origin, like say I take that 3D cursor, or no, say that right now this will rotate based on the origin of the 3D cursor, which by default is 0, 0, 0, and that's where it needs to be in the game. So like if I were to tell this thing to set origin to geometry, for example, it's not going to be in relation to where this is supposed to be, so when you export it, it's going to be either in the damn ground or up in the air. This was like one of the first things I figured this out when I was trying to replace Crash Hard's dummy with my own head and the dummy's head, but my head kept being like 12 foot in the air, and I couldn't figure out why the damn head was floating in the air. Well, it's because the origin wasn't set to the 3D cursor, and that will keep the thing from spawning where it's supposed to be. So the way I replace this basically is the same way you should be able to replace any mesh for any car, any tire. But I do realize that other cars, their tires may not be the DAE. You may not be able to find it because it's like you get lost trying to find it in all them damn files. So the ETK which I put on the desktop. If you go into it, you can't navigate to where its damn tires are. And if you look at its J-beam, I mean, I don't see where the hell it goes. I mean, I don't know. I didn't look at every single one in detail. Some of these are quite long. But somewhere, something's pointing to a damn wheel or a tire. Which one? Shit. Could be damn any of them. I would think it wouldn't be like the fender, but hell, you never know. Maybe it's connected to the doors. They got it, you know. Who the hell knows? I know I couldn't find it. Is what I'm trying to say. When I was looking earlier, I was looking around and didn't see it anywhere. But you know. Stability control, drive modes. No, let's wait. Escape. What happens if I go into the zipped file where the damn thing came from and try to load it out of it? Does that give me some errors extracting it? Uh, the wheel J-beam, which I don't see in there, so it's gotta be it. What's wrong? I don't see any thing for them. I think this is. I'm just not sure in here where the next the next one is. It's like the last thing I see about wheels. I gotta find it again. Shit. One of these. It's just the wheel data. I don't see anything that's like, see, brake group. That's, I mean, I'm looking for like the mesh that's loaded, which I think that's going to be in the commons folder. But what I'm trying to say is I don't see where, what links this to that. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not sure how it knows what tells this to go looking over there for like the other J-beam or anything like that. So like if this is really dependent on a J-beam from the commons folder, what in here tells me look for this over there? You know, that's my point. I don't see that. I mean, I could have overlooked it, but I don't see it. See, this is pressure wheels, but this is okay. Name hub group node 1 2. See, it's not. I guess apparently not even using this. I mean, I see these unless it's down here. Okay, name RR hub group nodes. I mean, those are the nodes, but it doesn't say where it's at. So yeah, I don't see no DAE. I mean, I see DAEs for other things like this, the sway bar. Like you go to flex bodies is what you're looking for. And like, there's no flex bodies. I can search flex bodies, but we're not gonna see one for the damn tires. I can tell it search in find in all documents flex bodies, and this is what, well, out of what's open anyway. And let's go to each one. I mean, I could load them all up, I reckon, and go through each one and see if I find anything that's hub or tire rod or running gear. Upper frame hub. So, what's hub R? Alright, back to the commons folder. And wheels. Yeah, this won't even load. I mean, like, these are like wheels to other cars and tires to other cars, but I have no idea which one goes to that damn car. That one, the ETK. I have no idea, no way of knowing which one it would be. Maybe. Let's see. 19 by 10 ETK. Alright, there's your where you're at. They're at, like I said, in the damn commons folder. Tires 19 by 10 for like that tire, and the wheels, there's five lug slash ETK wheels. So wheels 5 lug slash ETK wheels 5 lug slash ETK wheels. Five lug ETK. So this is the tells you the flex body for that car wheel. Whew. Took a while, but we got there, I think. So that'd be the flex body there. So that's the DAE. I mean, that would be the name of the DAE. I mean, the name of the mesh in the DAE that contains this. So that DAE should, I would think, the shit would be in this folder, but I only see J-beams in there. I see no DAEs unless they're in here. Wheels, common parts, DAE. I mean, it could be any of these damn sons of guns. That's the thing. That's tires. Let's get out of here. Let's go back to wheels. Wheels. There's no DAE in there you can load in. So these are DAEs, but are these the wheels? That's it. That's where this shit starts getting like that's that and that. That is not what we're looking for. We are looking for where you go? ETK wheels. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Maybe I'm overlooking it. Maybe 3 for 3 lug nut. Yeah, maybe. I think we might be on. So I think this. Come on, there gotta be an ETK in there. There got to be an ETK. Every other damn wheel's in there. There got to be an ETK one too. Surely one's got to be in there. I think. Steering wheel, tire wheel. I think this is this here. We gotta find this shit. 19 by 10 for the tire, but the wheel. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows, like, which one of these would be related to the damn ETK car. If you're going to look for a DAE 4, like it tells you here, like it's in wheels, 5 lug, ETK wheels. That's where the J-beam is. This is where the J-beams are, but the J-beam is what, damn it, let me look again. The flex body is this. This is what we're looking for. But that shit could be in any of these DAEs. Yeah, the UTK's already in the game. So if you wanted to, like, I'm trying to still find the damn wheels to that car. The wheels, the DAE for those wheels are in the common folder for vehicles, common. And all the developer cars get all their wheels from the common folder. I extracted it on the desktop so that we could go through it and analyze the DAEs until we found the DAE that this wheel is ETK wheel. I know I've seen that shit before. I know I've seen it. But I mean, I'm not a car person as far as knowing which one of these like names go with the other name that like it should be that damn car wheel should be somewhere, I would think. I'm sure there's probably a car person out there that knows, oh, well, that's that, and that's that, this. But shit, I don't know all that shit. I'm not a, I'm not even, like, I don't know shit really about cars. I'm like a person that likes to paint landscapes and make things out of clay and kind of got into BeamNG because I like the world editor and making levels and stuff. I actually never planned on getting into modding cars at all. It's like so much stuff involved that's like, man, I don't feel like doing all that shit. That's a lot of shit. But somewhere, I would think in the wheels would be, like I said, like there's ETK has a, for the engine for that damn car, so there should be one for the wheels too, that you could change those wheels out with whatever you want to change them out with. But and maybe it's, it could be any of these damn things. Let's see if this lets me. So I guess all that's coming back. Let me search. Let me just search the whole folder. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'll just see what comes back. Maybe get lucky. We only want to see the DDS file, but I guess we ain't gonna be able to tell it to show us only that. Oh, details. Type. There's an engine. It's the only thing coming back. No wheels. well, they're the J-beams, but that just gets it back to square one where we're like not sure which one's which. Well, back to here. This is the mesh we're looking for. Now, I mean, I guess I could just make a damn mesh, like just make a mesh, like rename that hot dog to ETK wheel underscore O 03 whatever whatnot. But uh, it's still pulling this from somewhere, unless I put my own commons, unless I stick this car in the, take this folder, place this folder in the user folder in vehicles. I'll show you. In vehicles, so it has its own little folder. I'll just move it over there. And then the commons folder, anything that I want to change related to that would be in there. So I don't know, like I said, I don't know what links the cars to that common folder. There's something that links the stuff, and I haven't gotten that far into modding yet to know exactly. Like I know with the example car I showed you, but like this is complicated. It's like more shit involved that I don't exactly know yet how it all. Like I know this is related. Like this is a tire, but there's seems to be nowhere that points to it. Yeah, I'm like lost for words. I don't know. I don't know. This is one of these times I don't know. Apparently nobody knows. I get asked about this car all the time. So apparently there's something going on with it. Now, if you're talking about just removing this shit in a game, I mean, you can just go and start turning off shit like this. If you mean that, you can just start turning all the stuff off. If you just want to have just an image of tires going down the road, and that's a lot of shit. There's a lot of stuff in there. I mean, you can make everything disappear if you wanted to. By Blender. Now see, that's the thing with Blender. I don't know what's loading them wheels. I mean, I can load, I can maybe export, like say this watermelon, I'll export it as, let me rename this thing to what it's looking for in that file and see what happens. Which I don't think it's going to make a difference, honestly. But I'm going to name the watermelon this just so that I can export it and put it in the folder that I just moved into the user folder. Until it's selection only, not import, oops, export DAE, selection only, and where I just moved that thing to, let's see, ETK, alright, so it don't matter what the DAE's name, but you can see how like I could call this untitled, but then this is actually where the mesh is, and that's my point. We're trying to find the shit and all them other DAEs. It's like, damn, where'd they put it? I don't think it'd make a difference, but I'll export it into the commons folder too. That's the user folder of the commons folder, which I believe that's what it is, the user version. But I know sometimes cars have a common folder in their folder too, which I didn't see one. So I'm wondering when we extracted the zip, I'll have to extract it again and look for the errors and see what the hell they said again. But I'm thinking, where we go? We go to where it's installed. We redo it again. Let's see. I did get some errors, and they were related to wheels. Alright, ETK. I watch the errors. Watch me this time not get any. That'd be my luck. No errors. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. I don't know. Maybe it was just. Yeah, the wheels aren't going to be in that ETK 800.DAE. You're not going to see the meshes. You're not going to see the mesh for the wheels in there. Yeah. I had to go to the baño. Oh, I'm in Georgia, south of Atlanta, Georgia, United States. The United States of a bunch of crazy nuts that are running around and shooting one another. Crazy ass world over here. I don't know. It's probably the most. I bet everybody in every other country probably looks at this place and probably wonders, what the hell is wrong with them people? Now, I wonder that about other places, like I see things going on, but I don't think it compares to anything like what we have here as far as crazy people. People that eat other people and shit. There's all kinds of shit goes on here. Oh yeah, I don't have I got the microphone. Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on, give me a second. Oops, that's probably why that controller isn't working. Alright, yeah. So if we load the DAE, you're not gonna see any wheels. And if you do, I'll be mighty surprised. But I believe that's not gonna be the case. All the vehicles, all them wheels, are pulling from the comments folder. But I didn't look now. When I did comment, no. They may have that shit like. There's no telling where that's linked at. Maybe somebody else knows. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody else will know on that. But we'll go through there and load it up anyway. But you're not gonna see any wheels. Not like that example car's got anyway. It's like this one comes with the wheels, you can see, and it tells you the mesh. But like the ETK car, and all the other cars, pretty much for that matter, that aren't the example car, you're not gonna see any wheels because they all come from the commons folder. But I can't find the wheels for that ETK because I don't know which DAE contains it. There's a lot of DAEs and there's a lot of folders, and it could be subclassed, called something different in a folder I wouldn't think to look. So, alright. Yeah, you're not going to see anything in here. Delete all the parts. Delete all these parts and load them in the game? That wouldn't be how you would do that. No, that would not be how you do that. That would be a job and a half. Because these damn J-beams, there's so much involved. Let me kind of give you an idea like how you would begin to start doing that. Is you would start removing. You'd have to remove groups and make new groups to associate. Like, okay, let me pull up this wiki. This has an explanation of the hierarchy of a J-beam, and it explains how things are not, and they'll be able to illustrate this so I can explain it a little better. J-beam hierarchy. I don't even know how to spell that shit. Hierarchy. I can't spell for shit. That's for sure. And my spell check don't work anymore for some reason, so I am really at a loss. Right, let me see. This isn't what I'm looking for. It's in here. But this is what I was looking for the other day, so let me save that. I was explaining damping and springs and all that. I was trying to find it in one of the many videos I didn't post. I got frustrated looking for this damn page. It's because I got two places, wiki and documentation. It's kind of confusing to me to trying to find, well, like what I've seen before and I'm looking for it now. Where is it at? Part slot system. So there was a picture. There it is. So you got the main J-beam, which in this case would be ETK 800. Then you got the chassis. Then you got the body panels. And you got suspension. And the suspension goes to the wheels, like I thought. But we ran into a dead end when we got into there, and we didn't find anything. Well, no, I'm not even sure suspension was in there. But we never did find, actually, we found where it's pointing to the wheels, but we never found the DAE. So if you were to, like, say, delete the body panels, delete the suspension, delete that engine, depending on which one is linked to which one, and not necessarily like this, there could be 10 more little boxes that all branch off and go to different boxes, and they are all the way they are linked in a hierarchy. And if you were to remove the things before this thing isn't going to load unless the very first thing has a slot set up for the very last thing, which may not be that much work for someone that knows more about how to do it, but it probably, to be fine selecting which one of these I don't want to load and which one I do want to load. Now this isn't related to the DAE. The DAE is just cosmetic. You can remove the cosmetics, easy enough. But you could also go into the J-beam for the ETK 800, for example. Let me show you what I'm thinking here. You can go into and put a slash in front of the things you don't want to load. Like I don't want the fog light. Oh, that's the lights. We're going to look for flex bodies. And this would tell it not to draw the flex bodies, which are the mesh. If you don't have a flex body, you have no 3D mesh to look at in the game. So let's close all these. Let's load ETK 800 and let's type in search flex bodies. There's none in this one, so we go to the next one. So we have to, if you want the wheels, now like I said, you have to find out where the car is connected to the body and then where the body goes to the wheels. If you delete everything but the wheels are not going to be connected to anything, is what I'm saying. If you were able to find the wheels, but like I see what you're saying, if you delete all the body parts, that would be all that's left are the wheels, but then the wheels won't be connected to anything. They'll just be like wheels on the ground just sitting there. So there's none in here, so we have to like go to the next slot. What's the next slot is ETK 800 body, and okay, so ETK body and body wagon, and so then we go to this, and this is how these things link to the next thing. Now maybe it's possible to make a new slot for just the damn wheel. That may work. I'm not sure. But so now we got to go to the next slot, which is suspension. And that would be one of these two. There's two different ones for front and rear. And so here's the flex bodies for the parts related to the suspension. And if you search more in here, there's another section of flex bodies on farther down that are related to the springs. But you never, I don't think there was one for the wheels at all. But you say, okay, well that's fine. Let's just keep the suspension and body, you know, because I'm probably not going to find where the hell the wheels are at, like where that mesh is. That's probably not going to happen. So like if I wanted to link the suspension to the main thing and not load anything else in the other thing, like say, let's see, where is it? Let's go back to, I don't know why I keep closing that. So, I keep closing these damn windows and reopen them, and they're all like right here. See, this is like one of these things it's like one of these focusing problems I have doing these live streams. Kind of funny if I sit back and think about it, but it's actually frustrating when I'm trying to do these. So, slots. If we were to just bypass this completely and say, you know what, I don't want to load shit. Just don't load that, don't load that. But instead, load, I don't know, that's not it. I got to go back and copy. That's not what I meant to copy. Flex body, I see. No, go back to the slots. The slots. ETK suspension R. Now we bypass the body. So if I just paste this, I mean, shouldn't this essentially say just load that up? Despite what may break in between from there to there, but just say that's what we want to do. Let's see if it works. I don't know this stuff off the top of my head. I just copy paste. It's easier for me to do it this way. Actually, it'd be easier for me if I do it this way. I can't remember that little bit of stuff. My mind's like, I don't have much memory. Real memory or physical memory in this damn computer. Or my real brain. It's like I have a long-term memory that's exceptional, but my short-term memory is it sucks. I made a shitty waiter. Yes, I did. I really did not do well when I waited tables. Alright, let's see what happens. I mean, it should basically bypass everything, I would think. But how it's going to play, probably not good. Yeah, I haven't really got a lot into like the suspension either. You want to move rear wheels backwards. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like they're towed in, like a Acura NSX. That may be how like the front wheels are towed in and the back wheels are towed out. Is that the word where they pivot outward or pivot inward for better traction? Yeah, I just tried to do that with my bird, my wings on my plane, and realized how a hell of a lot of shit and work that was. I may have messed up, but uh, I may have messed something up, but I don't know. Let's see here. Let's back to this. And I'm not sure which one. I mean, I'm not sure which one would be loading the one that I just messed everything up on. If in fact I messed it up at all. I see there's only, now let me ask you this. Alright, you go to vehicles, which one of these would be the one that we're currently modifying? Is it the K series? Which one? So I don't know which one's 800. I mean, I just see K and I see I. So I don't know. Oh yeah, I didn't really get into that. We're trying to. He wants to know about delete only the steering wheel. Only the steering wheel. Oh. Well, I did. Uh, only the steering wheel, not everything else. So. Now we gotta find steering. So this goes to body, body goes to steering. I would think there would be one for steering. What's another steer? ETK 800 steer. Alright, so we gotta find the slot for that. So I'll search and make sure it's not somewhere buried farther down in this long pile of stuff by doing this here. And that's the only occurrence in here, so you gotta go to the next J-beam, and maybe it's in here. Oh, that's the one we were just in, dumbass. It's not that one. Shit. Let's see, differential. Was it? I don't see one for just steering. Like this is where like I'm a dumbass when I like know I like which one of these shits are related to the steering wheel. Like if you had to pick, that's the thing. I'm not that much of a car person in that knowledge. Say there's nothing in there for steering. I mean basically this name this could be in several places. Like there's different slot types in the J-beam. And the one for the steering is the one we're trying to like, well, I'm trying to like look for. Could it be related to the brakes? I mean, I know all the shit's related. It all is related some way, but where the exact steering wheel is. Now, if you want to just delete the damn mesh of the steering wheel, now that shouldn't be no problem. Just to delete the damn steering wheel itself, just click the damn steering wheel. But if you want to delete the actual J-beam for the steering wheel, like that, you delete the damn steering wheel, just like that. That'd be all you do. I done deleted a few things. Let me reload it. And I'll just delete that. If that's all you care about. Now, is there an actual J-beam for the steering wheel? I don't think they are. I don't think it actually functions. I don't think the steering wheels, do they actually steer left and right? That's something I'm not sure. Because I know when I made a dummy, I stuck him in the truck. I tried to stick his hands to the wheel and realized them hands ain't going anywhere. That wheel ain't moving. But import DAE. Now, this was like a wagon, but this actually contains like all the cars of all the different varieties, I believe, but all of them have one thing in common. They all got this one damn steering wheel right here. I just hit the delete key. What about the little flippers and turn things like this and this and this? That can go too. I mean, it's all kind of related to the wheel. You can just delete them. Delete that. That's part of the actual, whatever part that is. What part is that? That would be interior some shit, I would think. I don't know. That's that. Dash. So if you wanted to remove that specifically out the dash, then you would have to edit the dash, and you could physically remove these parts. Though I wouldn't recommend it. You can let's just select with the X-ray on and get just this part here. So that this is selected and nothing else. And unselect that. And try to separate by selection. Mesh separate by selection. That way that's a new object, -001, and you can delete that if you also want that to be deleted like that. So yeah, you could do that. That'd be pretty easy to do. And just I would think once you re-export it and you overwrite the other one, that when it loads, none of the cars will have a mesh for a steering wheel or that little thing that was in the front of it. Alright. I thought I had the game running. Damn, I got a lot of shit open again. Oh, it is running. Back. Control R. Reload. Oh, that's the wheels in there. Let's reload the game. Let's delete the temp folder. Reload the game. Let's see. And make sure that I overwrite the right one. This shit gets confusing with all these things open everywhere. Export DAE to ETK 800. That is, yep, that's that, yep. Unless there's a backup file, we should be able to reload. It should not spawn with any of that shit in it. Should not, rather. Yeah, we've been on this damn thing for a while. We've been streaming. Yeah. Yeah, if you ever have trouble sleeping, you don't need Ambien or any Lunesta or any other sleep medicines. You can just watch this video, and I guarantee you, you'll get some good sleep that night. If it don't drive you insane. Let's see. Well, there's a steering wheel in there, but that was the I don't know, man. I'm lost for words again. I thought shit wouldn't, for whatever reason, shouldn't load. Is there a backup in here? Hmm. The way I got this in his folder, it may need. All right. Now I know damn well I just imported that DAE. So if I delete this wheel and then I re-export to the same place I just imported it from, one would think, hey, that wheel ain't there. I mean, I don't see it unless it's in another dimension, which is possible. But you can see if we are in fact loading the same car that I'm working on, or is it the other one that's over here? I mean, they both are loading with wheels, so I don't know. I don't know how that's possible. Unless there's other DAEs. Maybe in the common folder there's steering wheels, just like the wheels. I mean, I know the mesh is in there, but maybe the shit, like if we go to the commons folder on the desktop, maybe there's other parts that are also being, I mean, the way this is all over the place reminds me of a warehouse I worked at, where they just, as they grew, instead of reorganizing and recategorizing things and making larger areas for like existing expansions, they just kept adding onto the building and adding onto the building till the point they had like 5 or 6 damn different places of the same damn thing, and like pulling orders for them were shit. It sucked. Uh, this is kind of like how all these folders remind me of. It's like all these damn different folders. They're all over the damn place. I guess when I have a better understanding, I probably. Now what the shit is this? Is a DAE of a DAE? Is this my error? Is this what I did? I bet that's what I did. I damn. Golly. I say, oh, the CDAE is in here still. Shit. How did I overlook that? All this time I was deleting the temp folder to get rid of that CDAE, and all along this shit's been sitting right here in front of me. Golly. Well, it was pointless. Well, I guess you learned something. And it wouldn't have mattered if I was live streaming or not live streaming. This would be one of these things I wouldn't figure out quickly. It'd be one of these things I'd like spend forever on, and I'm not sure this is gonna do it. I think that probably was what it was. We still got a fucking steering wheel in there. Yes, sir. Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back to this. If I spend any more time on this damn thing, I'm gonna throw it. I'll have to throw it now. Yeah, I can't figure it out right now. This is one of these things I'm gonna need concentration because what I thought would be the solution is not fixing anything. I mean, I can try to delete that temp folder one more time. I'll even double check to see if there's a CDAE in there because I don't know. I know I'm tired of hearing about that damn car. I mean, no, I mean everybody's asking about it. It's like, damn, man. I was like, there's got to be some issue with something. I would think, like, problem that's outside of everyone's control. Which I'm like, I'm not an expert at this stuff. Hell, I'm not even a novice at doing modding. Uh, let's see. I don't even know what the hell that is, but there's no ETK in there. Now I know, like, this is crazy, but I know, like, with particles, I've edited particles before. There's some changes you can make to particles that don't matter what you did to save that particle, and you know damn well it was saved in your folder. It's still pulling from the damn install location because it's just like hardwired, hard programmed in. Like when you want steering wheel, you go to Steam library, common, Steam apps, vehicles, blah, 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 blah. So no matter what I do, it's going to pull from that damn folder, is what I'm thinking. This might be the case with this car. Now, I've done work on the pickup truck many times. Like, I've done things to it, and it works fine, but I am working in the unpacked folder instead of the vehicles folder when I do that kind of work. Maybe that is the problem, that if you want to override, maybe they got to be, I don't know. Let's move it over there and see. This is where I'm not sure. This is where I get frustrated trying to understand why they got so many damn things in so many places for the same. It's like, oh, it's shit together. Make it easy. Make it easier for people. That's what I say. Not to be a naysayer. I don't know. I think by the time this game releases, it's going to do everything for everybody like they want it to do. It's just so early, I guess, if it's only 0.25 and they're going to go to like 1.0 when they release, for example. I mean, that shit could be, I'll be damn 90 years old by the time they finish with it. Yeah. Now, what did I do that for? Oh, I moved it into the unpack folder, so this ain't gonna matter. Fuck if I know, man. Now I have to come back to that. Spawn second car in Beam NG. Second from the top. From top. Second from top. So like when we spawn car. Yeah, this is partly my fault because I'm like, I got my chat window in a separate place on my phone. It's like this little bitty small box. And oh, you mean all this time you've been telling me this is where the damn car is and I've been loading that other damn car? Goodness, man. If I just looked at the chat. See, that's why I need a secretary. Somebody to do all this. Well, it's got a steering wheel too. Yeah. Which, that may not be the car that yeah, that is the car, isn't it? That's the car that we had in Blender that I removed that shit from. I was pretty sure. But I did just move that folder. Let me put it back where I had it. You don't work in that way like that. I think when you work on a car, it's got to be in the vehicles folder if you want it to override the game. But there was a sliver of doubt. I thought maybe it needs to be in the unpacked folder. Let me delete this database file too. I mean, I wasn't sure. Make sure it didn't put one in there. Let's see. I wish they just had the names of like the real cars, because I don't like when I hear like these names of these cars, they don't like ring a bell and make me think of the particular car in most cases. It's like say a Ford truck, they call it the gravel or whatever the hell. Like see, I don't know all these names, all these damn things. I play the game like 1% of the time, if that. Hey, we did it. This is what you wanted. You wanted the car to spawn without the body and only the wheels, and that's what we got. That was what we were trying to do for like 2.5 hours, I believe, trying to get the wheels to spawn without the body. And this is it. You know what? We were like, I was in the wrong place all this time, apparently, loading the wrong damn car, when all these little subtle changes I was probably doing was actually taking place, but I was loading the wrong car in here. Oh man. Alright, so, well, I think the steering wheel's gone. Yeah, I know. I said you could do that you could hide the steering wheel. Right, maybe he wants to replace it with like his own steering wheel. Like maybe one of them Cheech and Chong little small chain steering wheels or something. No, I mean, yeah, I know you can go to anything in here and tell it not to show you anything. You can just turn all the stuff off, all the way down the steering wheel. Maybe that would have answered the question if I had gotten that far into, you know, but I was just clicking on things and I don't know. Yeah, only delete steering. Yeah, well that would you could. Well, let me load another car, like he was saying. I'll just load this car, and you just go into here to body, steering wheel, and just turn that shit off like that. So maybe that would have been the answer you're looking for right from the get-go 2 hours ago. I tend to overthink things. I guess I think things more complicated than what they are, and I tend to overthink things. Turn it off in options. Oh, so only to configure. Not only to you can turn it off in the options menu. Not only. Oh, I got you. So in the game, yeah, in the game options, you got a steering wheel somewhere, display or car. Which one is it in? Gameplay. That's not it. That's the bindings. Other hide steering wheel. Yeah, well. So whether this is turned off or turned on, regardless, that steering wheel will be off. Wherever the hell it's at now. I don't know where it is. Steering wheel. Oh yeah, see? Well, if I just did that, did it just change the option back? Or did that just cause all kinds of issues? That's the thing, it's like, well, I just turned it off here. Hide steering. Now it's not hiding it. Let's see, all this. When I start seeing shit like this, I was like, yeah, something screwed up. Time to reload. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think I'm gonna move on to the next thing. There's a lot of things I don't know yet enough about. Um, that a lot of these questions are like more into what I know than what I know. And like I said earlier, I think a lot of the things that people ask me are like the things nobody can seem to maybe figure out. Maybe it's like, I don't know, some things are very, would think would be very trivial to figure out. I haven't been able to figure out, like train tracks. You know, I tried to make my own custom tracks, but the wheels won't stay on the tracks, which I can make my own tracks, bend them, whatever. That ain't a problem. Problem is the train wheels won't stay on them. They'll keep coming off of them. I never did figure that out. That was another thing I got spent too much time trying to figure out. Never. I even got into the trouble trying to make my own wheels, my own train wheels, and model my own wheels. But at that time, I had no idea how to put them on the car. I still don't understand the way the wheels work completely with how the nodes connect to. I mean, I got a better overview of it, but there's still a lot I don't know. Yeah, let's go. Think I'm gonna go back to. Let's see here. I'm gonna load my. I'm gonna try to add a tail to that other car. I think. Um, when exporting from Blender to Beam, the object is blank. Are you talking about? You talking about it's blank because there is. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm thinking. You talking about when I export an object from Blender, like this cube, for example, and I import it in Beam MG, you don't see anything. Oh, I'm from here, Atlanta, Georgia. When exporting from Blender to Beam, the object is blank. All right, there's a few things going on with the objects are blank. If you just export this cube just like this, and you don't do anything else, as long as it's got, a texture, if it doesn't have a texture at all, like you delete the texture and you export this DAE, I'll export it into small grid, for example, without a texture. I don't think it's going to load. It's going to load anything. I mean, I'm just trying to think. I don't think I've ever tried to just do that to see if anything would load, but I don't think it would. If the texture's missing, I mean, not missing, not that there's a problem with the texture creation, but that there was no texture ever assigned to the mesh. It doesn't know what to do with it. You would think it would like maybe do like Blender and make a default color or something, but like we'll just stick this cube here in the art folder, cube test, and we'll see if we can import it in like this. And like I said, I'm not sure. Also, if you do the base 00 start 01 file structure for having like a proper collision mesh, you can have stuff in the wrong place and it won't load either. Like it'll load, but you won't see nothing. I'm going to show you this real quick. If I can get this to load, I can give you a quick idea how this will. Asset browser. Not unless there's already a texture called material that was made. I doubt it. Cube test. No cube. No cube. No material. No cube. We give it a material. Cube test. Now we gave it a material, even though we didn't assign a texture map to it. We gave it a material. If you want this to work in the game, you have either a choice. You either can go into the material editor now and say new material and make cube test now, and then import in the re-exported model. So you say create, and then you just say save. Now, if I re-export this from Blender with this new texture added, Since I did make the material, it should import with just a white uh, box. Well, the first game I ever modded was Duke Nukem 3D. Um, I actually got pretty good at messing with levels, making levels like I could make things like that people could play like, oh, I remember when we went and did that. We went and walked to the woods to this big old rock, and then the police helicopter came, and so I made a level of the woods and a big rock and a police helicopter sprite up in the air and stuff like. So that was the first thing I ever tried to do any modding with. And I was using that build engine, which is old, 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 old. And then the next time I got interested in modding was when one of the Motocross Madness games, I don't remember which one it was. I do remember specifically one of the sponsors, one of the people like they kind of pay to have their name and kind of promote it was this guy named RTS Ron Ron or RST Ron Ron. I can't remember, one of the two. And the editor was called the Armadillo editor. And they teased that shit for like a year and a half before they finally released it. And when I finally got a hold to it, learning how to make tracks, it was like it just used height maps and stuff and whatnot. That was then I ain't messed with modding since. So I got BeamNG, and since it's physics based, I love physics. I thought, man, how cool would it be to actually put my own head on a car, like on one of them dummies. So that was really the first thing I thought. I was like, oh, I love BeamNG. The car crashes are so realistic. How can I put my own head on a dummy? And that was what began my journey. Now, I actually did not know how to do that for a long time. So um, I started off just making tracks, and my first few tracks were really, really shit. They were bad. I didn't post them. Some looked pretty good, but I never finished them because there was so many things I didn't understand how to do that I didn't figure out till much later on. Let's see. I can go back in time and show you, like back as far as modding goes. No, not manage. I think it's here. I gotta go. Yeah, this is where I gotta be. So we go back to the beginning when I got BeamNG and I wanted to make things in BeamNG. See, like this was like the first thing that I learned how to do as far as modding. I replaced Crash Hard's dummy with my own head. So when I figured that out, and I was kind of on my way, but I had already been making, like this was like probably 2 months into the World Editor, and I started using Mushroom, scanning in things, making, made like my own grass. I didn't like the game's grass, so I made my own grass, and I modeled this, and I actually modeled that in 3D Studio, that cabin, but I didn't know enough of it yet. I wanted to have, like you said, I have a million ideas, but I didn't know how to make my ideas a reality in the games. Like I was like thinking, oh man, if I could just make Jason chasing a car, or say you jump over the lake, like I had a lake, like some crazy jump. That I was like, how cool would it be if you jumped the lake and then at the bottom, you know, a Jason Voorhees, came up and scared you like a jump scare or something. Well, now that I think about it, it'd probably be possible you could just make this guy on, well, I know you could put mesh on a unicycle and have the unicycle chase you around if the unicycle has AI like the other cars do. But yeah, this was like one idea that I was like, I had more ideas than I knew how to make the things in the game. So it's like I put that on hold. If it go even back farther to way back, we can actually see one of my first complaints. Because I was having frustrations trying to put a hat on a car. I was like, man, how hard can it be? Why is the texture red? There's my comment. Just wish BeamNG had import OBJ. I thought that would fix everything. So, yeah. And this was more problems with textures. I didn't understand textures. I'd have like one texture work, and then I'd fix that one, and then the other one wouldn't work, and vice versa. I was like, what in the hell's going on with these damn things? So as I finally got more into it, I was like, okay, the textures aren't so bad. I got the textures figured out. Then the next thing was making a map. So this was my first attempt to make an actual map where I made my own assets, which were very crappy looking, low poly 3D rocks of this island that I never did post this thing. But this was kind of like, I had an idea for like this roller coaster track. And, you know, it kind of went around this little small island. I made the vines. That was like one of my custom little meshes. I made these little wood stilts in 3D Studio, and that was before I started messing with Blender. And this is like the first texture of a ramp I tried to make. So yeah, this was the beginnings, early beginnings. And then, of course, I had the idea to make a Minecraft track. But I thought, well, damn, that ain't going to be fun unless the blocks can be destroyed. So I gave up on that because I didn't know about how to do any of that stuff. Then I wanted to do, here's another picture of the screenshot of the Friday the 13th track. And so then I wanted to redo the game from Outrun, the arcade game Outrun. So I started working on that one. And that's when I figured out how to animate well, I didn't know then. I mean, I do now, but I have like the sign animated by using the vertex shaders, and the little flag man animates. But I got off of that, and then I wanted to learn modding, so that's when I started doing that. And then I experimented even more with it. Then I ended up sticking Jason Voorhees on Crash Hard's dummy and had him driving around. And then I got into Google Earth, scanning in Google Earth shit, making that work in the game, and then started doing some really ridiculous stuff, using one of these apps on the phone to create a mesh. So like that's the truck up there, and this was like you know, one of them kind of backgrounds that are made from, then this came from Blender Earth. That's Niagara Falls, but it's not to scale. And then a space track. I had like all these ideas for a space track, like animated particles and everything, animated textures. And this son of a bitch was to scale, not real scale, but it was like 180,000 across. If you talk about it, the limits, how far it took 7 minutes to fall if you were to get out on foot and fall to hit the bottom. 7 real minutes, so that's how far the drop was. So that was the early beginnings. Let's see. Oh yeah, man, thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Let's see here, where are we at? Yeah, that's my head. Yeah, that's actually my head on Crash Hard. Now, I don't know what LiDAR is. I mean, I know what LiDAR is, but I don't know what LiDAR. Not for mesh making. Yeah, that's the real life me. That was me. I actually have a somewhere backed up. I have that Crash Hard dummy with my head on it, but I'm not sure where the hell that is. I basically make all my faces with Mushroom. I use Mushroom to take photos of things. I'll load Mushroom real quick and show you something. Well, this is something I made with Mushroom. Uh, so which one's rendered and which one's real. So you can imagine if you can do this, you can easily scan your head. Now, it's not easy to scan your head if you're doing the scanning yourself. It's easier to have somebody else take pictures while you be still. If you try to do a lot of selfies and keep your head still, you might get the front of your head, but you're not going to get the rest of it. So yeah, this is made with Mushroom. Uh, I was actually working on I was going to start working on another kind of destruction highway kind of thing, and let me load the one I just rendered. I rendered this one at ultra quality. Hopefully I saved it. Import, open. No, it's recent. Open recent. There we go. So these are the photos taken of this here, and of course Mushroom analyzes the photos and makes a 3D model, which that doesn't look like much, but once you tell it to show you textured, and you turn off all the point clouds and the cameras and all that stuff, and you can see what the 3D model looks like. Which I didn't do this one at ultra quality, but or maybe I did. I think this is ultra. Yeah, that is ultra. It's just you're limited to whatever your texture, your camera. If you got blurry pictures, any of them are blurry, it's going to affect the outcome. If you don't have every angle, like if I cycle through these, you can see like that picture. You basically look at everything from like 3 different angles. When I walked down this little path here, I'd stop here and I'd take a picture that way, that way, that way. I'd move to here, take a picture that way, that way, that way. So every few steps I'd take, I'd retake the pictures looking all 3 directions, and you end up with, all the pictures we can triangulate all the stuff from. So that's basically how I did the, yeah, but I don't know what LiDAR is. I don't know what that is. Can save option in the spec. Yeah, I think personally, I think every asset, they should have all the assets in one library, where uh, instead of having all the assets for a given, I don't know. I've thought different things. Like if you had all the assets together, that would be better than having them to get far apart. But then, as someone pointed out, then you'd have an enormous level. Like the file size would be crazy. I guess just the way things write to the hard drive, it's better to have everything. I don't know. So I don't know. Maybe there's disadvantages to having things that are like having all the stuff to pull at one time, opposed to having, it just selectively pulling. But this game is still not released. They could maybe change it at some point. Can you save the map with all the objects? When I hit save, the folders are deleted. Map with all the objects. When I save, the folders are deleted. Now that I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Do you mean save a level with cars in it, or do you mean save a level with track assets, DAEs? Now you could be also working in. I don't. When I work on a level, this is how I work on a level. In levels, I have my level. Like say this for example, and this is where I work out of. Other people, however, maybe 90% of the other people, for all I know, work out of the mod folder, and they'll have a folder and maybe not the mod folder. Yeah, the mod folder. They'll work in the unpacked folder and they'll work on their level. I forget exactly how it's a crazy way. However, whatever way it is, there's a way where you end up having like a level in two damn places where you got assets being saved in one place and then you got another folder. Now, if you got your own level that you converted, everything's self-contained. But if you are editing a developer level, like say East Coast, the only thing that's going to get saved in it are changes you made specifically. In fact, when I tried to remove the toll booth from West Coast, even though I removed the toll booth from the world editor, when the game reloaded, that toll booth keeps redrawing. So it's like, for whatever reason, it's programmed to load everything despite whatever the hell you saved. It's like, the way I thought it was is basically you make a change, it changes it, but it didn't work that way. Some things, I guess, are going to load regardless. So I had to elevate the road really high to just cover it up, basically. Um, Damn, I done got sidetracked. I was talking about that texture a while back, but yeah, that would be, if I would check that first. We were talking about this texture. I'd make sure that your mesh you're importing in the game, make sure that you got a material actually assigned to it. Because if there's nothing assigned to it in here, then it's just going to load nothing in the game. The same thing with mods as far as flex bodies. If you don't have a flex body, basically, if this cube was part of the car, say that, I don't know, say this was a hood ornament. If you didn't have a flex body for cube in the JBeam file, like here, like if you didn't have cube, you also would not see anything. So it just depends on if it's a track asset or if it's a mod as far as that. When I making mods was like some stuff that like when I first looked, let me tell you, this might be kind of funny to some of y'all. I don't know, maybe it is. Uh, let's find the dummy, the regular dummy, and let's look at his J-beam. Now, when I first looked at this thing, I'll zoom in so we can see better. I saw like full height stabilizers, joint stabilizers. I started seeing stuff like this, and I started thinking, man, I don't know that kind of math, that kind of science. I don't know, like, I'm not a machine shop person, but basically this is just a note they wrote. Like you could have put the scientific formula to Coca-Cola in there, which nobody would understand. But that doesn't mean anything for the mod. So I was like overwhelmed with a lot of stuff that I shouldn't have been overwhelmed with when I first started looking at it. I like was, I guess, what do you call it, discouraged, because there's so much stuff. Like this dummy is not that bad, but when you load like a car, golly, man, it's like everything links to everything, and there's so many things that all come together. I don't think I'll ever make a car as complete as a developer car, or even want to. I don't have enough time like to live to be able to make enough of these that I'd get the satisfaction out of making them. I like making things that I tend to make like in a day, in one day. If I can't make it in one day, then I usually don't want to fool with it. But some things I have worked on a few days. The first track I made took me a month to make it. Every track since then, I've only got partial tracks made. I've never finished them. They're like still in work in progress states that have not gone anywhere yet. I've shared most everything that I've done though. So like, if you happen to see a post
chances are it was uploaded in some form in like an early version. May not be the most current version, but I uploaded at least some version of everything that I've shared recently anyway. It's like this is one that I'm working on that I have not done much yet with. I tried to live stream. I'm not going to try to work on this today, but I did try to live stream working on this, and it was just a fiasco to say the least. I just couldn't concentrate. But this is the one that I was going to release next once I ever finished it, which is an ice track, which actually has snow particles and different frictions and stuff for the different surface types. And I don't know if y'all can hear the sound in it, but I actually added some more sounds. Yeah, so that was a little comedy I tried to throw in there. But I never did decide what I wanted to do with this. Like I started here, I was like, okay, well I'm gonna have a second road go here, and then it's like, now I just kind of run out of ideas. Uh, so like this all area here, once you come through these tunnels, you go through, like you would basically, you'd basically continue on, and there'd be more track. But I made a mistake when I made this. My terrain block is only set to 200 meters tall. And so if I want to go any higher than what I am now, I'll run into a clipping problem that it can be quite a pain in the ass to fix if you don't know how to fix it. I'll show you what I mean. If you raise the height beyond the maximum terrain height, like say terrain here, is set to 200. If I go above the 200 threshold, what you'll see is this clipping. And it's not so easy to fix it by just saying, well, okay, well, go back down, man, go back down. That's okay. We don't need to go that high. No, don't fix it. No. And if you try to do this, that's a pain in the ass. So what you do, you just set height, you pick height, and you pick a good height that you know is not in excess, and then you kind of fix it like that. That would be how you'd fix that. But I made that mistake, so I said, nope, never again. If I make another track, I'll make a minimum of like 1,000. So I wanted to make a super, what do you call, like a super ski jump kind of track? Not necessarily a ski jump, but like the Crash Arena that everybody likes. I was wanting to make something like that, but I can't now because, well, my height is maxed out, and even if I did make it, uh, it's not gonna go too far down either. I'm not sure. That's like I don't know how far down it can go, but I know it won't go any higher. So yeah. So next time I'll make one bigger. Now I do know how to rescale this to make a bigger grid. I don't mean by changing the terrain block size, like changing the square. Like you can change the square size to make it a bigger map, like that way. But then you're going to have big ass cubes. Especially you'll notice this if you are into painting your decal or painting your terrain paints, for example. Uh, like that's a big ass paintbrush compared to like how this was. Like, see, that's a little small paintbrush. So, and not just terrain paints, but that also affects uh, the height tool too. So you can get a lot more detail with say a 0.25 grid map size, but you're going to have a lot smaller map. The only way you could compensate for that to have a regular size map with a super small terrain editor, like I'll show you like 0.1 or 0.25. See how small the track got? But look how much detail where you can make your, let me turn that down and turn that up. You got so much more. I'll spawn the car here, and you kind of get an idea size of the particle or the block cube thing here. Damn controller. Alright, so terrain tools. Terrain paint, probably a better way to explain it. That's a little brush compared to what you normally get. You can do really detailed stuff by having a small brush, just like drawing or painting. If you got a small brush, you can definitely have more details than if you use like the default, which was the default's 1. So as you can see with the default one, this is the smallest brush size you get. That's the smallest it goes. So if you want it smaller, then you got to go down to square size. But then you lose your map size. So if you want to compensate for that, like I said, the base texture size, for example, this is like, I think this is a, I'd have to go, let me see, levels, outrun, let me load the height map. Height map, where are you at, height map? There you are. See, this is a height map of resolution of properties. 1024 by 1024. So I'd have to import in a height map that's like 8192 by 8192 to have the accurate size of like a map that's like, say, size of small island in size, but have the small grid size. Like, there's a trade-off, you know what I mean? You're going to have a shitload of polygons too. You're going to have like 12 million polys just for having just a terrain map without anything on it. So right now we're sitting at 3.7 million. You lower that square size and you make a huge terrain block like 8K, which is not going to be 8K wide. It's going to actually be compressed down to like a 2K. But the point is, you're going to have like 12 million polys. You're going to be running out of performance before you could even make anything. So that was the only advantage of that. Yeah, I got to finish this thing. There's something else I did with this that people, I don't think anybody else has done other than other people that saw this and done the same thing. Let me undo. I just reload it. I messed up my map. Collisions. So unlike most things, you run into things, and here you get a little different collision. These snow piles, instead of destroying the car, will instead bounce the car off. I mean, it'll do a little damage, but nothing like you're used to seeing on other maps. Like when you run into like that concrete wall, for example. So like in real life, you hit a snow mound, it's not going to destroy the car. Depending on how fast you go, like this little one here, it'll affect it a little, but you're still going to go through it. And see, like you can kind of nudge into it, and it'll kind of kick you back out. And depending on how fast you actually hit it, it's how far you go into it. And it'll still kick you back out, but you're not going to get the damage like you get like from that. So those are like, I call them soft collisions. They're like good for like arcade racers where you want to have some relaxed racing where you know you're not going to destroy your car. If you make one wrong turn and kind of scoot off to the side, you're not going to lose a wheel. I mean, it may flip your car over, but you're going to still be for the most part drivable. So that was what like that and the particles, that was like the main thing for this map. Oh yeah, and I made a 8K I froze water in a pan with blue acrylic paint in a deep freezer here, and I took a Nikon camera and I took like a ultra HD picture of like the ice that was frozen in the pan, and I made that a texture. But what's kind of different about this texture is when you paint a terrain paint under it, depending on the terrain paint, will depend on how dark or light that actually will be also. So if you wanted this to have like kind of snow covered but still icy, yeah, it'll have that. Or if you want it to be more like a ice, or if you want it to be darker than that, like you could make it darker. Depending on what you paint under it, depends on, it'll influence it like an overlay would, which is useful if you want to do like roads that have snow in some places, like this road, and say now you want it to be partially covered with ice here, and then maybe a little snow here. And these surfaces, they all react basically how those surfaces would react, or they should anyway. They did last time. I'm not sure if I did anything since then to mess it up, but they basically behave like you would expect if you go over, like say the ice here, and hit the brakes. You're going to slide, or hit the snow, you're going to get little snow particles. I had a separate particle for the ice, but they didn't look good, so I took them out. So that's kind of like what the advantage of having different ground models. You can affect the particles and stuff. But yeah, I got to finish this thing. I ain't done much with it since then. Kind of lost out of ideas. Influence in moving cars, like will it slide for longer if you, yeah, ice slides longer. It's got its own ground model. It's got a ground model ice where it's different from the snow. Snow's a different ground model. Now if you're not using PBR materials for your terrain paints, you assign ground models to the terrain paints by going into Terrain Painter and say like this snow, this is actually ice. I should rename it to ice. But you see the ground model ice. I'll just rename it to ice because that's what it is. Not sure why I changed it, but see that's using the ground model ice. I could change, like I could make this be whatever I want it to be, dirt, sandy, forest, or gravel, or whatnot. Now this is in the 1.0 terrain paints, but if you get into the PBR, then you got to manually add that shit. That's in a different place in the main.material.json. Let's see, like I think Derby's converted to PBR, but we're not going to get their terrain paint because that's not a converted level, I don't think. I have to go open the, I gotta, oh wait a minute, I got one backed up here. PBR. This is the one I converted. Terrains, art terrains. Main.material.json for the terrains. Where you at? So in the PBR materials, which are these, which there's 18 damn images that make up one terrain paint. You have ground model name. That's where you make that change, where if you want to change one of these terrain paints to have a different ground model, like ice or whatnot, you can. Or if you want them to have a completely different ground model, one that you create, like a custom ground model, like the one I made of that Snow 2, then you have to take the in the root folder, you need a ground models folder, and in that folder, that's where you have your modified version. That will overwrite whatever's in the game. Now, this Snow 2 is in here, and there's a couple others, but for the most part, most of them are in a zip file. But if any of them are in here, they, was it supersede? What it means, basically, this will be used before the other. So if you have this folder, this will be used before The other folder will. That's the default stuff. Prop of a pile of snow. I mean, yeah, this, you mean like a pile of snow of like a J-beam or a DAE. A DAE file, yeah, but like a prop of snow that actually explodes like snow or something when you hit it. No, I don't know how to do that. I don't think, I mean, that'd be a hell of a lot of work. Now I tried to make some ground deform, which I guess you could say similar to snow deforming, but it was just really trickery. It was using a very complicated, not that complicated, but a very subdivided mesh plane on a box that had supports that when you drove over to supports, well, it's this here. It's mud test. Uh, I can download it. That's probably the most similar thing I've made to, if I can find it, snow test, mud test, mud test. I think this is it. Pretty sure it is. Extract here. Extract all. Mud test. Vehicles, mud test. Is this it? That's a damn Superman cape. That ain't no damn mud. But I think this is it. I'll load it up. See, I mean, maybe the mud's got Superman's cape. I don't know what I was damn thinking if I did that, but it's possible. No telling. I know I made a cape. I was going to put a cape of Superman on the dummy at one time. I was messing around with that, putting hair on a dummy, trying to get that to work right. And I don't know why I would have. I don't know why I would have put that on the mud though, unless this was actually a few different mods before it actually became what it is. Let's move it here. Let's reload, and it should let me spawn it. If it's what I think it is, I don't know. I'm still unorganized, but I was really unorganized when I started making a lot of this stuff. Damn, it's already 5:27. Mods. No. Dumbass vehicles. It's in the vehicles. Mud test. Okay. Well, that's not a mud test. That's Superman's cape. Like I thought. I must have started working on it and abandoned it, and I decided to make a cape instead of old Superman's cape. This thing's got some quite amazing cloth physics. I don't know if people realize how dynamic the cloth actually is. Like the physics actually are really realistic, but they're very expensive on your performance. But it's just pretty realistic. I haven't seen cloth that realistic in any other game. Now, like, yeah, real-time renderers can do cloth, like, very realistically, but, like, on the fly, let's see, what kind of performance is this taking? Should be able to hit, let's see here. GPU 98%. Now I do have other things running too. I'm not sure how much the other stuff. Yes, I have Mushroom running. I have damn Blender running. I'm not sure how much all this interferes with each other, each thing. Yeah, I guess all that was affecting it. Can you attach this cape to a car with multiple nodes without crashing the game? If I was going to attach that cape to a car, I wouldn't want to try to spawn the car and then I just replaced it, didn't I? Yes, I did. Spawn, replace current. No, spawn, new. Nuevo. Why that crashed, I couldn't tell you. But it did look like it crashed. It didn't crash though, it just looked like it did. Let's move it up out the ground. Now the easiest way for me to like do stuff like this, I'll get it where I'll pause the game, get it close to where I want it to be. Like say here, rotate it around. I get it perfectly lined up where I want it to be. That way I'm not trying to fool with moving nodes and getting this there and that here and whatnot. And then I'll put the game in super slow motion, like 100 speed slow. So that when I go back and I unpause, I got all the time in the world to say, you go here, and you go here, and you go to there, and you go to there, and you go to there, so that when I undo slow motion, we got a cape stuck to a car. Steering. Oh, I'm trying to steer the damn cape. One thing I've not figured out, other people that mod may, I'm sure know, why is there such hard shadows on things I make? Like, that's like a Doom 3 shadow. And I've noticed like other things that are flexible, or things that can bend, they get these weird deformations. What if you try hitting the cape with on high speed? You mean run into it? It'd be like a slingshot. It basically, it'll be like a big old slingshot. Let me see if I can reset. Like if I put that node here, let me put it in slow motion again. I mean, I'll give you the link to download this thing. You can see, do all the testing you want with it. Give me a minute. I'll get this thing stretched out. Alright. Let's run into that. You want a really fast car? I get a really fast car. Something that actually goes quicker than that. Let's see. What I'll do is I'll put it in slow motion before I hit it so I can move the camera. It didn't do much damage either. It's just got so much elasticity that it's not like hitting a wall. It's like jumping on the trampoline, but this is like a super stretchy thing. I mean, I made a trampoline, an actual trampoline mod, but you could also do something like this. If you really wanted to, you could basically stretch this thing out and make a, more or less make a trampoline. Which, I'm not sure, can I raise it after the fact? I don't think, I have to try it, pause the game and see if I can do it in the editor. Oh shit, well, no problem, I can redo that real quick. Let's go ahead and get it where we want it, up off the ground high enough to allow maximum pause. Ah, shit. That wasn't what I was trying to do. Let me come here, get your ass up there. Damn it. Instability. Yeah. Well, let me just. Did you ever see the trampoline? I mean, I made a trampoline that was actually a lot more made for that stuff. But the trampoline wasn't as stretchy as this. I was gonna try to make a slingshot for a car where you have a an actual thing that you pull back, and when you release it, you know, the part that's holding the car would be real spandexy, and then part that, or the actual cords would be, you know, stretchy too, but then the wood would be fixed in place. So, you know, you could pull back the pocket, like if
like if this was the part that the car goes in, you know, you could pull that back very far, set the car in there, and kind of like cradle the car, but then you pull it back and release it, and then not only is that holding it, but then you got the other things that are holding it that are going to be springs, and it was just like a giant damn slingshot. That's what yeah, I made one too. uh, Imagine having a giant, yeah, I'll make sure I didn't miss. Let's see. I'll give you the link to this if you want to mess around with this thing. I'll just post it in the community forum. It's just called Mud Test, but it's actually it's Cape. Now you can also edit that. You can add that to a car permanently, but you got to edit the J-beam of the car to add a new slot for the cape. So I mean, you could also do that too. I wasn't thinking about that, but yeah, that's something you could also do. Because I used to try to put the dummy in a car, and it got frustrating every time you reset the scene. You had to reconnect the damn nodes. I was like, man, I just wanted him to like ride in the back of the bed of the truck, and disconnecting his hands was just aggravating. And then once you get it, you reset the car and you reset him, then he spawns somewhere else in the car. It's like, so you'd have to manually add the thing, which wouldn't be hard to do. That would be pretty easy to do, actually. Um, let's see. I'll just put cape, but it's called Mud Test. And that'll get you there. And the other folder, I shared this folder. I don't know if you got the link for this, but I shared this also a while back. The entire folder, which just got 15 gigs of stuff in it. I've shared this also, which there's all kinds of stuff in here. I don't even remember some of this stuff I started working on, some of it I abandoned, some of it's experiments, some of it, or maybe a couple, 2 or 3 things that I didn't actually create in here, but a lot of the stuff's all experimental stuff. Dummy with gore, the dummy that's got like body and gore and stuff inside where he breaks, like body parts come out. Like that was one thing I was meaning to get back to, I never did. Actually, I could make him a hell of a lot better now. I know a lot more than what I did then. But yeah, you can, I even made blood particles for it, but particles, don't use them. I actually messed up particles messing with that one, but I didn't know what the hell I was doing with that particular thing. Oh, let me close this. See, I get damn talking and I forget what I'm doing. Alright, so this folder, this whole folder, BeamMG folder, make sure, share. No, I don't want anybody deleting anything. Copy. Alright, paste. A year's worth of yeah, this is use at your own risk. Yep, that's a lot of stuff in there. I there was a couple times I took away the share links, so it may be that the link went bad because I had problems. I had a problem where every damn thing, and it seems to be doing it again. Everything like my desktop and my documents, I didn't want that stuff being shared on OneDrive. And I was trying to remove this shit from OneDrive so it wouldn't update, and I ended up deleting my entire desktop, every folder I had of all my stuff. All my shit I was working on at the time, it's all got deleted. So, that irritated me, but I remember deleting all the damn different privileges, like all the different, any link that was given out to the folders were removed when I was trying to fix it. I still don't know how the hell to make it stop doing that. I guess I could look it up and read it. I'm too damn, shit. I got too much stuff I'm trying to do at one time. Damn, it's been a long. I would like to see a Threadripper. I'd like to see a Threadripper 64 core Threadripper run the beam mega beam test. I think the highest I've seen, I scored, I think was like 520. But I've seen it score as low as 470. But I would think like somebody with a Threadripper, they probably get a score of somewhere maybe around 20,000 mega beams, I would think, would be the score. Wait, no. 2,000 something. No, my score was 520, then I would think a Threadripper probably would be somewhere 246. Be around 60. Yeah, it'd be a score around 6. No, 5. Let me get the damn calculator out. Oh, me. I can't think. Where's the damn thing? Calculator. So 520 times 3 would be at 1,500 would be what I would think the Threadripper score would be. But if it's 64 core, if it's 128 threads, then it'd probably be like 3,000 would be the score. Oh, to do your test, let me close all this stuff. I'm probably not going to get a good score because I'm streaming and the hard drive's going and everything else, but I'll show you. I'll just close all this stuff. Make sure I got nothing else open. Nope. So you go to where the game, you can just load the game. And go to performance and the options, performance, and run physics benchmark. And once it gets through 20, it'll tell you a grand total speed or how many mega beams you can do on your system. Now I think when I had my i7 7700K, I think my score was around in the 300s. I can't remember exactly. And this score can fluctuate. You can run it one day and come back the other day and it'd be a different number, but not, I mean, it can fluctuate. Like I've seen it plus or minus like 40 points depending on what resources you got running and what all's going on. 530 is my score. It says max real-time vehicles 20, but I think that's a cap. I think that's the most anybody's going to see is 20, but I don't know for sure. You can show details and it'll show you, you know, how everything played out, how much memory you're using, how much virtual memory. Like that'll be the next upgrade for me, is be more memory, I think. This is inaccurate because I'm actually using Windows 11, so that's not detecting it.
or it's considering it Windows 10 64. I don't know. Number of mods installed tells you this will affect performance too, apparently. And you can show details to all this stuff, and it'll give you all the statistics you want to ever know, probably. Performance graph. But I keep my frame rate locked to 60. I don't want to run them GPU. Well, if I had a higher refresh display, I'd probably run higher than 60. But my 4K TV only does 60 hertz at 4K, so I just lock it at 4K. I don't want to see screen tearing, but I'd love to have like a 4K or 8K with HDMI 2.1 where you can do 4K 120 hertz. That'd be great. Yeah. I think Crash Hard's got a 32 core system. If I read his specs on his, I think he's got a 16 core 32 thread or 32 core. Shit, I forget. I would think he probably has a score in the thousands. You know, I don't use the in-game game recorder, because if I use the in-game game recorder and I play back the video, if I have any slow motion activated, it stutters. Well, it did the last time I used it anyway. It was a stuttering mess, and I don't know if that was because of my VSync being enabled or not. I just use the shadow, what's it called, shadow record, shadow play, whatever, the NVIDIA thing where you just, you got your NVIDIA thing, you can record, well, like with this card, you can capture up to like 8K, but I usually, if I'm making videos for YouTube, I usually do 1080p or at the most 1440p, because it takes YouTube, seems like forever to process the footage. I'm impatient. If I know something's uploaded, I'm eager to post it. I keep checking back. Hell, let's say I had 20 views, but 21 of them are me. From checking back and seeing if the damn thing was processed yet. I get impatient. That's the only thing. 300, yeah, what specs? I mean, what's the CPU? CPU is what's it's really looking at. So whatever your CPU is, and I'm using the i9-10850K, and I have the Turbo Genie enabled in the BIOS, which it's well, that can fluctuate to your speed there. Like I can go into think what's the name of the what is the name of that damn thing? Why am I not them? I can't think. For some reason, I know the link is missing. MSI Center. Oh, what the shit, man. I'm telling you, I'm getting old. Can't remember that. I can go to here. Well, here it shows you what it's running, CPU temperature, speeds. So that's what mine was running when it did that test. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, Havoc NG does it too. He'll record something in super slow motion, then he'll speed up the video to play back regular time. I would suspect, like, if you if you spawn 1,000 cars, not that you would, but if you spawned 1,000 cars and you're getting 1 frame a second, you could record all them frames a second, and then
multiply it 60 times and get 60 frames a second and look like you spawned a thousand cars. But damn, that would be pretty. Not only would it be time consuming, it'd be a pain in the ass if you're not getting this. You'd have to lock your frame rate to like 1 frame per second. That way you can capture each frame by itself, and then you would import in the video footage in, say, Blender. In the video, you import in the footage. Well, this is what I'm thinking. You would import in the footage, and then you would add a speed control, change it to multiplier, add 60, and then the finished video would be 60 frames a second. Well, if that's changed to 60 also. That would be the only way I would know to do it. Yeah, like you're saying, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of, I think I'm going to get off of this stream, man. Mouth is dry. Damn, lips chapped from talking so damn much. I think I'm going to, tomorrow, now some people have asked about some other things, speed bumps. Not speed bumps, somebody was asking about making a spike strip like the police have. Now that I figured out how them bird wings work, I thought it'd be just as easy to make a retractable police speed trap, like one of them ones like they deploy right next to the highway where they hit a button and the thing like expands out. Yeah, Digital Foundry talks about these damn time sinks in these games and stuff, and how they can have different stuff recorded. I forgot exactly the video they're talking about, like how, yeah, you can have perfect flawless one thing, but then the other thing uses its own time stamps for whatnot, and then you, like, what might used to be a true 59 point whatever hertz display, like, even if you were to, I forgot how the hell he explained it, but basically, yeah, because all that shit, you can't get a very smooth video, even though you did all you know to do it exactly right. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna close the chat. I'm gonna work on this car some more though. I'm not gonna try to talk while I'm working on it, but I'm gonna actually record what I do since I didn't get to it. I'm gonna record adding an actual tail that flaps with the wings, and I'll just record everything that I do. So, rather than try to live stream that. So that'll be what I'll work on later, and tomorrow I'll try to work on that speed trap and check every other thing that I'm behind on. I'm behind on a few things I'm supposed to be working on. Just one person here, just me, that works on this, so, and I'm forgetful, so if I forget something, remind me. Well, I appreciate y'all stopping in. Like I said, I'm going to end the chat here and try to get that bird flapping more. Once I get it to where I think it's pretty good, I'm going to share it, of course, but it'll be a few more days and I'll have it ready. Alright, y'all be great. Be good. See y'all soon.